Okay, so maybe for us to just have a feel of the room, in the event that you see a free seat right in front of you, please take that free seat so that everybody else that comes late can occupy that seat so they don't have to like squirm through and say, excuse me, excuse me. So yeah, in case you see a free seat, just take it. That would be nice. All right, we'll go ahead to start. Hello, everyone. My name is Jonita. I will be your host for today. Super honored to be here today. Super honored to be in a room filled with fantastic people that are excited to see change, that are excited to contribute to that change. And hopefully by the end of today, we'll be able to see, I see myself here. Huh. All right, so hopefully by the end of the day, we'll be able to hand over 50,000 US dollars to a team that will be exceptional, but that will see change in our food systems, not just in Uganda, but countrywide and of course, globally as well. So some in-house rules just for us to get comfortable. In the event that you'd like to use the bathroom, please walk out. The first turn on your left, walk all the way to the very end of that hall. The ladies' bathrooms are on the left and the gents are on the right. Please make note of those tiny labels on the door. You may find yourself in a very uncomfortable situation where you have to explain yourself and say, oh, sorry, the mannequin on the door looked different, so let's avoid those. Also, we have some Wi-Fi available for us, so in the event that you would like to maybe connect to your emails, have a chance to check out any social platforms, the Wi-Fi password is over there. Please look for Serena Hotel as the username, and then that's the Wi-Fi password. You can use that only for today. Don't come back to Serena after and try and use the password. It won't work. It's only for today. It's a one ticket type thing today. And then one extra thing I would love for us, or love to encourage us today is people will be wanting to know what's happening. And because it's an invite-only type event, you have been selected to be in this room. And it'd be nice for people to know what's happening out there. So we do have social media handles. You can use yours if you'd love to. If you go ahead to post about the program today, please do not forget to tag Wild Food Program. Do not forget to tag Outbox. And our hashtag today is WFP Ignite 22. So hashtag WFP Ignite 22. In the event that you're posting on Twitter, on Facebook, Instagram, any other social media platforms. Yeah. And in the event that you have any questions, we do have some ushers in the audience that will be happy to support you as best they can. So maybe you need a bottle of water or you'd like to get some extra tea. They will be to your care today to ensure that you have a fantastic, fantastic experience. Is that okay? Is that good? All right, we'll go ahead to start. So last year, the United Nations World Food Program launched its regional innovation hub in Eastern Africa. Subsequently, that hub went ahead to kickstart its flagship program, which is why we're here today, the World Food Program Ignite Food System Challenge. Now, the challenge was designed to celebrate Ugandan entrepreneurs who are literally thinking outside the box to create systems that will support our food insecurity problem, not just in Uganda, but in the whole world. So today, we're here to hear pitches from 11 amazing candidates who have put in so much work, so much time, and so much effort to ensure that they present something magnificent for us today. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to welcome Richard Zulu, who is the co-founder of Outbox and also a team leader at Outbox, to share with us the heart behind the challenge and the problem it was designed to solve. Richard, you're very welcome.
Thank you very much. The Deputy Country Director, World Food Program Uganda, Marcus Pryor, representatives from USAID, the USAID Deputy Mission Director, other representatives from the UN World Food Program, representatives from the government, Ministry of Trade, Cooperatives and Industry, and the Ministry of Agriculture, distinguished members of our advisory panel, representatives from Outbox and other entrepreneurship support organizations in the room, our finalists today, and other guests in the room and online. Good morning to you all. Good morning to you all. Good. You are welcome to the first pitch day for the WFP Ignite Food Systems Challenge, Uganda. It has been an interesting 1.5 months. Many people are asking us, how have we been able to do all this in 1.5 months? Putting out a call for applications and being here with the finalists. But just as Joan said, this is a journey that began a long time ago in Rwanda and South Sudan, and it's nice to see representatives from the WFP Innovation Hub Regional Bureau joining us here in Uganda to listen to us, but also share their learnings. So the journey has been amazing for all of us. Fast-paced. We launched on 21st April at Golden Tulip. This was largely a media launch, and we really wanted to maximize the awareness creation by leveraging various media channels. But not only that, we were also on the ground. We undertook a number of info sessions, both online and in person, to help our entrepreneurial community understand what we seek to achieve. We worked with multiple entrepreneurship support organizations in Gulu, Kanungu, Mbarara, Mbale, and Arua, spending our time with those communities to see how best local actors can participate in the Ignite Food Systems Challenge, Uganda. When we closed on 21st May, we had 202 applications. We were impressed with the representation, the diverse representation from all over the country, from very many local communities that have valid dreams in terms of how they can solve for their challenges. Of those, we proceeded to consider 161 for the long-listing process. A review of the 161 was able to generate 20 interesting solutions that were finally long-listed. So we spent quite some time in a pre-selection bootcamp over 2 days, working with them to help them understand what we seek to achieve under the Ignite Food Systems Challenge. Largely understand our principles of ensuring that everyone has access to safe, affordable, and nutritious food, most especially the vulnerable. We helped them understand their problem or opportunity space. We helped them figure out how to articulate their business models, but most importantly, their growth plans. How do we fit, or how do we ensure that we have a shared vision of where they want to go and the outcomes we want to see in the Ignite Food Systems Initiative? We also undertook a light due diligence to validate that what was shared earlier is actually what's on ground based on the documentation shared. So based off that, we selected the 11 teams that are with you here today to be part of the final jury. Of course, when you have a lot of data, you take some curiosity in terms of what the market is saying. What are many of these entrepreneurs solving for? So we got to appreciate how many of them, most especially in production, are diversifying their service offerings to stay resilient. We saw a lot of mixed farming within the applications. We also got to appreciate the vast number of entrepreneurs innovating around the black soldier fly to improve access to organic feeds. We learned how many small-scale processors, in the form of either cooperatives or private sector actors, are aspiring to ensure that their foods that they distribute within their communities are fortified and affordable, most especially the grains. Most of the businesses honestly do care a lot about their supply chain. This was something we saw across the board, that beyond your service offering, many of the businesses are investing in improving last mile access to inputs and good agronomical practices. They do believe that if they can change how smallholder farmers approach agriculture, they'll most probably be able to improve their livelihoods and income. So thinking about the many stories that will be told today, it leaves us with no doubt that Uganda's private sector just needs a little catalytic support to create change in our food systems. Solving for food systems is not about logos. It's really about us working together to ensure that everyone, including the most vulnerable, have access to safe, affordable, and nutritious food. So today, we are joined by an esteemed advisory panel of experts consisting of Dr. Abel Atukwase, the Senior Lecturer, School of Food, Technology, Nutrition, and Bioengineering. We are joined by David Ivan Wangolo, Chartered Financial Analyst at Pearl Capital Partners. We are joined by Patience Biaruhanga, the lead Agriculture Mastercard Foundation. We are joined by Jeremy Piga, I hope I said it well, Head of Information Hub for Eastern Africa, UN World Food Programme. And Mary Immaculate, the Manager, Local Innovations for Nutrition Solutions Project, Response Innovation Lab. So we believe that this team has the required expertise to provide advice on how we can identify and select the most promising 7 teams today. We've done our best within the time we have to help our entrepreneurs prepare for that. So for everyone who participated in the Ignite Food Systems Challenge Uganda, your dreams are valid. Not being on this platform is not validation that you are not doing a great job. You are, and we shall continue to support you in any way possible through linkages to other opportunities in our network. For the entrepreneurs sharing their business cases today is all about you, and all the best to you. Of course, we wish we could work with you all. However, we only have finite resources to go around. Enjoy the day today, and thank you.
The future has a name, and its name is hope. We do believe that a tiny flicker of light that leaches onto hope is able to shatter any shield of darkness around us. Us as Mandulis, we deliver renewable energy and value-added services to address challenges across rural farming communities across the globe.
So today I'm going to take you through business modeling. Basically, just to summarize it, I don't want to make it very complicated for you. Just say business modeling like a repeatable way to keep creating value for your business. So the first part is on the customer segment. It's important to know who exactly are your customers, what do they do, where are they located, and focus on at least 3 customers. And then the second part is your problem. For this section, you're going to list 3 problems that are faced by your customer. When they wake up every day, what are their pain points, right? And is my solution coming in to solve those problems, right? Or if it's not my solution, what other alternatives out there exist?
The biggest part of the solution is describing the most important elements and functionalities of your solution. So what you want to do is focus on the top 3 elements of functionalities. My solution needs to be interlinked to 1, what the customer challenge is, and 2, what your unique value proposition is.
So if you're still focusing on the symptoms, you won't grow. You won't grow that much because you won't be solving the problem that is faced by the biggest chunk of your end user or beneficiary or customer. So you need to understand the root causes so that you create a solution that helps them. So I hope we're getting to appreciate how you dig deeper to the root cause, because you want to solve for that. Are we together? Now, root causes are not, and symptoms sometimes are not easy to identify, but when you do that deep dive of why, you can possibly arrive to it.
My experience with WFP, Ignite Food Systems, so far has been enriching. I've enjoyed interacting with other entrepreneurs, but most importantly, I've liked how they've brought out the impact that my business has on communities.
For me, my highlight was them helping us how to articulate our pitch decks, and it was really, really exciting. And also interacting with the participants actually who were shortlisted, it was really amazing.
If you look at our numbers here, so the number of farmers we served in 2018 was just 329, because we were not investing in extension, we were very small, we didn't actually have money. So you can see that the number of farmers in 2019 increased to 1,690. In 2021, as of last year, 6,159.
My final remarks to the entrepreneurs is, so far from the pitch session, they've done a very good job. We love what's happening, we love what you're doing out there, how you're reaching out to farmers, how you're reaching out to businesses. My final remarks would be for you to try and target the 6 World Food Program focus areas and try to see that your solution or your value proposition is in line with what World Food Program is trying to do.
So the winning teams of the World Food Program Ignite Food Systems Challenge should expect to receive funding of up to $50,000, which will help them grow their businesses. Another thing they're going to receive is technical support to help them further validate their business models. The third thing the businesses are going to benefit from the program is linkages to market access partners and financial institutions. And with access to financing institutions, they're going to receive access to funding to help them scale their businesses sustainably.
Okay, that's a snapshot of what I've been talking about. So I would like to take this opportunity to invite the World Food Program Deputy Country Director, Marcus Pryor, to offer us some opening remarks. You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Richard. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for your presence here. I would like to acknowledge all of our guests today, especially our donors who have made this event possible. I'm looking particularly at our colleagues from USAID, Bureau for Humanitarian Affairs. Danielle and Mike, thank you in particular for your strong support, and our colleagues from Denmark who have also been absolutely vital to getting this initiative off the ground. I believe I'm scheduled to give a more formal speech a little bit later in the day, so I don't want to say too much. I was just very struck in the video that we just saw, the very first line, the future has a name and its name is hope. And I think here in Uganda we've been blessed with one of the most fertile soils you could imagine anywhere in the world. And I was recently at the state opening of Parliament where there was a very strong focus on food and the fact that there may be some challenging times ahead, particularly with what we're seeing outside Uganda at the moment with the war in Ukraine and the impact on global food prices. And we're going to have to keep a laser focus on how we manage food systems here to make sure that no one goes hungry in Uganda. What's so exciting about today is that we have so many of you here in this room who have dedicated your current purpose to being part of those strengthened food systems. And I'm really excited and looking forward to all of the pitches. This is, in some ways, a groundbreaking initiative for the World Food Programme. I think most of you in the past would know of WFP as an organization that delivers food assistance. Perhaps you're aware that we deliver cash assistance as well. But we believe that it's very important for us and our partners to engage in a very meaningful way in finding innovative solutions to the world's food systems challenges. And so I wish you all the very best today with your pitches. I know a huge amount of work has gone into them. All the very best of luck, and we look forward to the support with the judges in particular by the end of the day to have come to a decision around the winners. I would also say, though, that yes, we are going to identify winners, but everyone in this room is already essentially a winner because you've beaten off a huge amount of competition to get here. And this is an opportunity to network and to meet others and showcase your innovative thinking, so that in the case that you're not one of the top 7, there may still be opportunities for you stemming from today. And that even goes beyond those in this room to everyone. Every one of those 202 submissions had value and quality. So all the very best, and I'm very much looking forward to the rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marcus. And maybe just to reiterate what Marcus has said, each and every one of the entrepreneurs that are in the room today are winners, and we're super, super proud of how far you have come. I would love to also reiterate that this particular initiative has been in partnership with the USAID Bureau of Humanitarian Affairs and the Foreign Affairs Ministry of Denmark. And in light of that, please allow me welcome Ms. Danielle as she represents the USAID correspondent.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you to Richard and the team at Outbox for organizing this event today. I'm delighted to be here with you all to represent the US government as we celebrate all these young entrepreneurs here this morning. I mean, I think all we can say first and foremost is kudos to you because of all the work, all the hard work you've done so far to get here. So thank you so much, and thank you for allowing us to be here this morning. So Commissioner for Crops Inspection and Certification, Commissioner for Marketing and Processing, colleagues at the World Food Programme, representatives from other development partners, Ignite Food Systems panelists, I should say, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm pleased to be here on behalf of the US government for this exciting event, which brings us together to identify innovative solutions to one of the most pressing issues of our time, food security, but also to celebrate, as I mentioned, young entrepreneurs who are leading the charge, and to recognize leaders, all of you here today, who have committed yourself to fighting hunger and food insecurity in your communities, in Uganda, in the region, and worldwide. The United States support for Ignite Food Systems Challenge in Uganda underscores our enduring commitment to help improve the food security of communities across Uganda, including refugees and Ugandans who graciously host those refugees. Food security is a major focus for the United States Agency for International Development. Today's event demonstrates the importance we attach to addressing the challenge of food security globally. As the world's leading contributor to the World Food Programme, we are proud of our partnership, long-standing partnership, to support millions of vulnerable populations across continents, including here in Uganda. And here in Uganda alone, we have so far contributed $73 million to date in this fiscal year to support the World Food Programme's amazing work in general food assistance and nutrition distribution to more than 1.4 million refugees, as well as WFP's efforts to improve the incomes and diversify livelihoods of smallholder farmers across the country. We are also, as USAID, testing and rigorously evaluating innovative approaches to improve refugee livelihoods through market-based agricultural and non-farm interventions. Our support to the World Food Program is one facet of what the United States government does to support food security and the continued development of Uganda's agriculture sector. In 2020, for example, the United States provided nutrition support for 2.4 million Ugandan children and helped Ugandan farmers and businesses generate $20 million in agricultural sales. While this Ignite challenge was conceived in 2020, the current global food crisis, as my colleague from WFP has alluded to, has triggered and underscored how interconnected our food systems are and how important it is to strengthen them so that food production is more sustainable and more inclusive. While Uganda is not a significant importer of Russian or Ukrainian agricultural products, ordinary Ugandans are nonetheless paying the price, literally, for Russia's unprovoked invasion of Ukraine, which the WFP has estimated could push an additional 40 million people into poverty. This invasion, as you all know, has also led to the doubling of prices of fertilizers as well as an increase in food prices. And so it is at the household level that these disruptions to our food systems have the most visible and devastating impact. For example, consider the case of Uwimana, one of the over 20,000 refugees who fled to Uganda from the Democratic Republic of the Congo earlier this year. One day, Uwimana was a farmer who earned enough income selling her crops to meet her family's basic needs. The next day, she and her family were fleeing their home for safety, leaving behind their farm and most of their belongings, their whole life. Uwimana and her family now face an uncertain future, and returning to farming may not be feasible. Unable to play her critical role in the food systems will be a step backwards in the journey to Zero Hunger 2030. Smallholder farmers such as Uwimana are the backbone of the food systems across the world, including here in Uganda. These farmers produce the bulk of the food we eat and employ the most vulnerable populations, including women and those without formal education. Still, Uwimana and other smallholder farmers remain among the poorest and the most vulnerable themselves. They are often just one conflict, one delayed rain, or one bad crop away from losing their livelihoods. Uwimana's situation is unfortunately all too common. A June 2022 Famine Early Warning System Network analysis projects that a growing number of refugees in Uganda are expected to face significant food consumption gaps or will only marginally be able to meet their minimum food needs through survival strategies such as selling personal effects. One of the biggest ironies is the fact that too frequently, the people who feed us go hungry, though it is well known that there is enough food in the world for everyone. In Uganda in particular, the National Development Plan 3 acknowledges that this country has the potential to be a food basket for East Africa. I'm hopeful that all of us can continue to move Uganda closer to a future in which the country can harness this potential, and the United States is committed to working with Ugandan and international partners towards this goal. An important part of harnessing Uganda's agricultural potential is through initiatives such as the World Food Program's Ignite Food Systems Challenge, which seeks to identify and promote innovations across the food system. When we talk about strengthening food systems, we are not talking about abstract ideas. We are talking about specific and concrete food production solutions that can enhance livelihoods and overcome the many challenges that we face. These challenges include conflict, climate change, gender discrimination, and other forms of exclusions, weak supply chains, and other barriers. It is these challenges that the innovators presenting today seek to address. An impressive, as I understand, 200 plus entrepreneurs applied for the Ignite Challenge. The quality of their ideas make it clear that Uganda is not short of people committed to making history by ensuring that all have enough nutritious food to eat. We commend you for taking this step, for daring to go where many people do not go, and for your audacity. To those entrepreneurs here today, to pitch your ideas, you're already winners, as my colleague already mentioned. The future looks bright because of your commitment, because of your will, and because of your foresight to do great in support of your communities, in support of your nation. So kudos to you. Whether or not your idea is selected, I know that you have already formed great networks and learned a lot from the bootcamp. Please continue your efforts to create stronger food systems in Uganda. I also want to congratulate our colleagues from WFP and our Box Hub for hosting, again, this important pitch day. I'm proud that the USAID can support this important initiative, alongside my colleagues from the Danish Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I look forward to hearing the pitches this morning and hopefully this afternoon, and celebrating all of you winners who will have participated throughout the day. It is going to be an exciting day. Today, we can take forward your incredible ideas to create profitable food systems to nourish Uganda and help the country attain its international and national development goals and contribute to regional food security. Thank you so much, and thank you for having us today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Danielle. And we are super grateful that the USAID Bureau of Humanitarian Affairs can come on board and support this fantastic initiative. At the moment, we were hoping to have representation from the Foreign Affairs Ministry of the Danish Embassy, but unfortunately they're not here yet. But when they do arrive, we'll be happy to have them share with us a few remarks. In light of that, ladies and gentlemen, we do have representation from the government of Uganda. And today we are super honored to be in the presence of Commissioner Paul Mwambu, who will be sharing with us and representing the government of Uganda. He is the commissioner in charge of the Department of Crop Inspection and Certification under the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industries and Fisheries. Mr. Paul, you're welcome.
Thank you. The country director of the World Food Program, Mr. Marcus Pryor, the USAID Mission Deputy Director, representatives from the UN World Food Program, distinguished members of the advisory panel that will be selecting the businesses that will receive funding and technical support, members of the media, representatives from the implementing partners, Outbox, representatives from Apex, bodies of cooperatives, government, entrepreneurs, and other distinguished guests present. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. We really count ourselves lucky and honored to be gathered here today with some of Uganda's greatest innovators in the food systems sector. And we want to really appreciate the organizers for thinking of inviting us as the Minister of Agriculture to be part of this event. We thank you. On behalf of the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, we are delighted to be part of the WFP Ignite Food Systems Challenge initiative that is meeting to select the most promising teams today. We congratulate the World Food Program and its partners, the USAID Bureau of Humanitarian Assistance and the Danish Ministry of Foreign Affairs for realizing this great initiative. Your belief in leveraging local capacity, supporting local communities and entrepreneurs is applauded. There are a number of challenges affecting food security globally and locally. These include aspects of climate change like drought, flooding, increased incidences of pests and diseases in various parts of Uganda, economic downturns like what we are currently experiencing. We are also aware that these aspects, and how they impact the ability of our communities to respond and adapt to those challenges. We have to work with our local communities and other actors to ensure that we find new approaches and ways of addressing these challenges. Most importantly, we approach these issues from an integrated approach where multiple actors and perspectives are brought to the table. These issues we face are systemic in nature and cannot be addressed in silos. Our colleagues, the challenges of climate change require an integrated approach, and we really believe that they cannot be addressed in silos as indicated. Now, at MyIF, we have been actively involved in strengthening smallholder farmers, producers, and distributors to ensure that there is access to affordable, safe, and nutritious food. Because part of our core responsibility is to ensure food and nutrition safety right at household level, but also to provide food which is safe for human nutrition to all those who have to get access to it. Our vision as a ministry is a competitive, profitable, and sustainable agricultural sector, and our mission is to transform subsistence farming to commercial agriculture. Now, this transformation in the face of global climatic change can be a challenge if we do not work together with all the stakeholders. As a ministry, we have several interventions that we are undertaking at the moment to ensure that there is food and nutrition security. One of the key interventions under the World Bank is a project called the Agricultural Cluster Development Project, which is supporting multiple cooperatives in over 57 districts to improve on farm productivity, production, and marketable volumes. Furthermore, the Agricultural Value Chain Development Project, with the financial support from African Development Bank, is leveraging on ICT to enhance productivity in agriculture through linkages of various actors like input providers, buyers, and farmers. On meat, our meat export support services project is enabling actors in the meat value chain to meet expected sanitary requirements so that they can export to international markets. This is through providing startup capital and technical assistance to 1,000 farmers in 33 cooperatives. As a ministry, we understand that food systems have to interact with other systems in order to drive food security better than anyone else. So as a ministry, further, we are implementing a multi-sectoral food security and nutrition project, again with support from the World Bank as a grant. And in this multi-sectoral food security and nutrition project, we are implementing it together with the Ministry of Health and Ministry of Education. We believe that schools can be a great window through which we can access the young population which are growing, but also the parents around the primary schools, while interacting with the Ministry of Health to send clear messages on food and nutrition security. So the Ministry of Education and Sports is a pathway to increase production and consumption of micronutrient-rich foods and utilization of community-based nutrition services in smallholder households in the project area. So as you can see, the health and education systems are interacting with the food systems. This is how we shall achieve food security in our view. So this initiative can grow and also tap into other systems in order to drive innovation towards the challenge we face in achieving food and nutrition security. We are very excited to see development partners taking the lead in this together with the private sector, because that is where we certainly can have sustainable solutions. So in conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, as per the National Development Plan 3, we know and understand our goal of achieving agro-industrialization by 2025. We seek to have an increase in total exports for processed agricultural commodities, reduce our total imports of cereals and vegetable oils, increase labor productivity from $616 to $850, create 500,000 jobs, and ensure that food secure households grow from 60% to 80%. Colleagues, this initiative is one avenue that can contribute towards those objectives. With the challenges we are currently facing in health and the economy, we can only focus on innovating our ways towards ensuring that the most vulnerable have access to safe and nutritious food. The Ministry of Agriculture and Industry and Fisheries pledges to create a pipeline for market access for the innovators that are ensuring that Uganda upholds its title as the region's food basket. We look forward to deepening the relationship between the private sector, development partners like WFP, and enterprise development partners like Outbox. Thank you all, and I wish the innovators all the best for God and my country.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Paul. A round of applause for Commissioner. Awesome. All right, so I sense we are tired of sitting. So studies show that a healthy human being can survive with at least one compliment a day, right? So I'm going to ask to turn to our neighbors and give just a compliment onto you. You can say you have a lovely mask, you have a lovely nose through the mask. I don't know, just say something nice. Say something nice to your neighbor. Our neighbors, now you're so quiet. See? I see some giggles. I am certain someone said you have a lovely mask. Wow. Oh, I love the shade of blue of your mask. It's wonderful. All right. Any of us need some water, need to stretch a bit? This would be a really good time. And get to know your neighbor's name. You know, who knows? They may be your next boss. They may be your next colleague. Yeah, who knows? They also may be the next person funding your business. So, do you catch me, entrepreneurs? All right, ladies and gentlemen, the reason as to why we are here today has come. I can tell the hearts of the entrepreneurs are pounding. Don't worry, we're going to make sure that you have a fantastic time while you're here. We've done enough preparation work. Of course, a huge thank you to Jeremy, who ensured that the presentations were done well. A huge thank you to the Outbox team, who made sure that the presenters were eloquent, are prepared, And a huge thank you to the comms team of Outbox who ensured the videos are done right. A huge thank you to everyone that ensured that today's success. All right, we'll get started. I have to go back to the stage because we paid for it. So let me use it. Okay, so over 400 applications were submitted for this challenge. 202 of them were submitted properly, completely, and stood a chance to vie for over $50,000. We had at least a long list of 116 that managed to make it through from the 202, and then the short list was of 20. Today, ladies and gentlemen, in this room we have 11 finalists who have gone through thick and thin to ensure that you have a chance to listen to what they have to say about their businesses, but also so that they stand a chance to win over $50,000. They stand a chance to have technical support for their businesses, and they too stand a chance to have access to the world's largest humanitarian body, the World Food Program. I wish I was presenting today. Anyway, on your tables, you have a piece of paper that looks like this. It's blue, and it has a QR code on it. I would love for each of us to be able to access the profiles of the 11 finalists that are going to be standing on the stage. So if you have any questions about their businesses, who they are, the team that will be presenting, all that information you can find if you scan this QR code. Super simple, just scan the code and a detailed PDF will come on your phone about each of the finalists that we're going to have today. Okay. Without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, our fantastic judges look ready with pens and questions. Do you have questions? Jeremy looks like he has questions. David looks like he's preparing tough ones. Lord Jesus. Abel, smile. Abel, please smile when the finalists are here. Eh? They may shake a little more with... All right, so maybe to highlight our judges one more time, we have Professor Abel Atukwase. He's a senior lecturer and the dean at Makerere University, School of Technology, Nutrition, and Bioengineering. We have David Ivan, who is an investment director at Pearl Capital Partners. We have Jeremy, who is the head of Innovation Hub for Eastern Africa World Food Program. We have Nampija Immaculate, who is the Response Innovation Lab lead for local innovations. And last but not least, we have Patience Biarwanga, who is the agricultural practice lead at MasterCard Foundation. A round of applause for our judges, ladies and gentlemen. And now, the moment of truth. Dun, 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 dun. At this point, I think the DJ would just give me like some very dramatic drum roll type thing. Dun, 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 dun. Ladies and gentlemen, our very first entrepreneurial group that will be presenting. Put your hands together for Farm Rip. Yeah, now that is what they call a winner. She's like, I am ready for this. Bring it.
Farm Rip offers
Awesome. Welcome, ladies, welcome.
Nutrient-dense, affordable foods.
We offer ready-to-eat, natural, nutrient-dense foods. I need the control for the presentation. Pardon? Oh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are Farm Rip. Farm Rip processes and distributes yogurt mainly, but we are also diversifying into chia seeds and granola. Our vision is to have happy and healthy families. I am a mother of two, and I had a baby who was premature, and she had challenges of underweight and low appetite. And yogurt helped me solve this problem. However, I realized this problem was much bigger than me. 30% of children under 5 in Uganda are malnourished. This represents a population of 6.6 million children. And this is because parents do not have easy access to affordable and healthy food options. There are other statistics that support the problem of malnutrition. For example, 32% of women of reproductive age are anemic. This goes to show that there is a very big challenge of malnutrition. Myself, as an agribusiness specialist, I also interacted a lot with dairy farmers. I noticed how they were frustrated with prices of milk, especially during the wet season. Prices would go so low. And this is further supported by the fact that 27% of all milk produced in Uganda is wasted, mainly due to spoilage, to handling, and then some is lost on the farm, representing a 6%. This is why I decided to be part of the solution. I decided to process yogurt so that I can increase the demand of milk. And right now, my biggest mission is to make sure that any child who needs yogurt actually accesses it. But also my long-term ambition is to process what they call ambient yogurt. Ambient yogurt is one which you can store at room temperature with the need of cooling. And I believe every corner of Uganda, even those who are off-grid, can actually access such a product. Our value proposition is to offer ready-to-eat, healthy, nutrient, and affordable foods. We also offer convenience and accessibility. This is mainly through the online selling. We are supporting this with a subscription model where our regular customers do not have to order every time they want our products. We finally offer a customer experience of a healthy lifestyle where they have a variety of healthy food options using yogurt as a base. Why do we think that yogurt actually can solve this problem, which is our flag product? Yogurt has all the nutritional food values and all the nutritional vitamins and minerals. So it's a complete food. By just taking it, you have everything. But also the other foods we are going to present similar characteristics. For example, the chia seeds, granola, and Greek yogurt in particular has higher content of protein. So our market on the Ugandan level, it represents an opportunity of total available market of 1.85 billion Uganda shillings. This is the total Ugandan market. But in the central region where we operate, we represent 256 million US dollars. And ourselves right now, in the projections of 2020, we project 130,000 US dollars. We target mainly mothers, and the end users are children. These need a tasty and healthy and affordable product. We also target health and healthy conscious adults. And finally, we plan to enter schools as the main channel to reach the children. The schools need an affordable and a small packaging. This we verified with a survey of 20 peri-urban schools where they showed that's what they want. Finally, no, not finally, our revenues come mainly from supermarkets, and these represent 70%. We have introduced the subscription, and then we are planning to open our own store. It will be used as an expansion model for the districts where we go to. It will be a distribution center. And finally, also in those districts, we'll be able to enter or to reach schools, which is the next segment. I mean, the source of revenue. What are some of our competitive advantages? We rely mainly on data to make decisions, and this is shown in our growth, especially compared to the other small and medium enterprises that we are competing with in the market. We offer an affordable product. We focus on healthy products. That's why we are going into chia seeds and granola. And finally, we offer convenience. Our traction so far, we started yogurt processing in 2014. We've already secured the UNBS certification. We have our own processing plant. And then we have entered the big supermarket chains, for example, Carrefour. And going forward, We plan to purchase equipment to improve efficiency and capacity. We are going to rebrand, build our team, and also launch an e-commerce platform to support the subscription model. We are going to do product development of those products I mentioned, the Greek yogurt and others. And finally, we are going to expand to at least 3 more districts by the end of 2024 and open 3 own distribution centers. Our team is of 12. 1 is part-time. Of these, 67% are women. Our management team is mainly women with only 1 gentleman. We have a combined experience of more than 20 years. I have more than 15 years experience in the agribusiness sector. I'm supported by the finance, then quality control, production and quality control, then a sales and marketing manager. Our simplified financials show that we are already making positive revenues or net margins with an average of about 15%, and this will increase over the time as we work on our economies of scale. Our average year-on-year growth is about 30%. We ask $50,000. This will go into putting in place a yogurt processing line, which is more efficient and a larger capacity. We are going to install a hybrid solar electric-powered cold room. We are going to upgrade our processing plant. Finally, we are going to do product development, especially for the schools who need a smaller packaging. Then we'll invest in a feasibility study for the ambient yogurt. Finally, we need a working capital to also add on this.
Time.
Thank you.
Well done, Team Farm Rep. You are a confident young lady. Better buy this yogurt before it becomes a hot cake. I've heard that it's in Carrefour, right?
Yes.
Amazing. Friends, yogurt in Carrefour. So how this is going to work, and I'm sure many of us are pondering, the presenters have 7 minutes to pitch. We have a timekeeper over there who has a gigantic placard that says 1 minute to go. It's life-threatening, literally. And then he has a tiny bell that he will bling, bling, bling when the 7 minutes are done. Then we have 3 minutes for our judges to ask any questions, share any remarks, and deliberate. We will allow for 1 question from the audience, just so that you don't feel left out. Because you really came here today to be a part of this event, not so? So we will allow for 1 question in the audience. Is that okay? I will take the nod as an affirmative yes. All right, so judges, we'll have to take some questions. Yes, Jeremy.
Thanks a lot, Sylvia, for this speech. You quickly touched upon ambient yogurt at the beginning, which seems very promising as it removes the need for cold chain and has a long shelf life. Would you be able to tell us where you stand in your research, development, and manufacturing of this product?
Well, we have not yet started processing the yogurt, but I have done research to know, like, for example, it takes, the shelf life is by 4 months, longer than the one I'm doing, which is 1 month. I also know that I need to do, for example, add pasteurization at the end of the process. So in my processes that I'm doing, I just need to add pasteurization. And I know it's already launched in other countries. And even in Uganda, I think few people are doing it, but mainly from Kenya. So I think it's possible, but I have not yet started doing it.
Any questions from our judges? Yes, Immaculate.
Thank you, Sylvia, for the presentation. I would like to know how much does a pack of yogurt go for, looking at sustainability and affordability for the most vulnerable groups. Thank you.
I mentioned that we did a survey of 20 schools, and they indicated they prefer yogurt of 1,000 shillings and below. But right now, my yogurt, my smallest is 300 mils, which goes for 2,000 shillings. So I believe a smaller volume, for example, of 200 mils, is something that can be affordable in the communities. But also looking at affordability when I compare with the big corporations, my yogurt is much cheaper because I do bulk packaging. So the customer buys once, but in bulk. So I'm allowed to make a slightly less margin, but in the end, it's a bit big. So it allows me to continuously compete in the market.
Yes, Abe.
Okay, thank you very much, FarmRip, for those innovative products. You want to go into production of ambient yogurt, but we know that the yogurt usually contains some organisms which promote health or they are health promoting. So if you do the pasteurization, how are you going to maintain or keep those health promoting organisms? Are you not going to compromise on the benefits associated with yogurt? Thank you.
Thank you so much. If I go for the ambient yogurt, I'll focus more on the nutritional value than the, like if I talk about carbohydrates, proteins, and all the other essential minerals. We are talking about a population who is deficient in those minerals. So I will not focus on serving the microorganisms that help, of course, also have additional benefits. For me, it's more like focusing on the nutritional benefits, the food values that we are able to get. I know the life culture will be compromised with the additional pasteurization.
Yes, last but not least, David.
Sylvia, thanks for your presentation. You've shown some revenues, which is commendable. I just want to know what percentage of your revenues is driven by grants, because you have some grants that you've been receiving. So I don't know if you're reporting that as part of it. And also, how have you financed this business over 15 years? Okay, thank you. First of all, those are my revenues that I make. The first grant went into which was $5,000, supported the construction of the processing plant. It was not the complete money. The second grant was more of technical support. So the money went to the consultant that helped me figure out some of the things on how to run the business. The money came mainly from my personal savings. I was working before as an agribusiness specialist. I managed to put around some money to actually run the business. Some of the revenues come from selling the yogurt. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, FarmRip, Team FarmRip. Do we have any questions from the audience? No questions means they've done well. Oh, James has a question. Sorry, don't clap. James has a question.
Thank you. Thank you, FarmRip, for good presentation. As we talk about the Ignite, the interest is in the areas that we have vulnerabilities. And these include the refugees, the Karamoja sub-region, some of these regions that we still see people struggle with what to eat. You talked about expansion into some districts. It would be interesting to hear your interests in such areas of vulnerabilities outside Kampala. Thank you.
In my areas of expansion, I'll move probably towards the east, which is also an area, especially in terms of distribution of milk. But also when I talk about vulnerable, yes, I know refugees are vulnerable groups, but children and women are also part of those groups. So my main focus will be on children, and I'm going to use schools. And also in my hiring or the teams I work with, we'll have majority representation of women. But also in the dairy farmers that where we source our milk, there is a chance to actually impact communities because we are able to increase their revenues. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Team FarmRip, a round of applause for Team FarmRip. Thank you, ladies. You may take your seats. I've had sustainability. I've had inclusivity. Amazing. I love that you have planned well. So I hope many of us have caught on how we're going to be running our next couple of pitches that are going to be happening. So let's be mindful of time, just like this team has been. And also, if you would love to be in the audience and you'd have a couple questions, please do not hesitate to ask. We'll be availing you a chance to be able to. All right, ladies and gentlemen, to our next group. Dun, 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 dun. I really feel like the DJ is missing my cues. I really want that dramatic soundtrack. Anyways, Team Awelo should be preparing themselves to make their way here. Awelo Millers and Parkers. Team Awelo. Whoa, Mr. is putting on a bow tie. Did you guys get the memo? Wow.
And making sure people
Wow,
have
wow,
access to unadulterated cooking oil.
You're very
while
welcome. You're very welcome.
empowering smallholder farmers.
We shall win because we are working with a network of over 1,200 farmers and we're producing an organic free cooking oil. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. My name is Abuk James, and I'm the founder CEO of Awelo Millers. We're an oil processing enterprise, and Napio Shila is our co-founder. Our slides? Okay, thank you so much. When it comes to eating healthy, ladies and gentlemen, it starts with what you're cooking with. Many families in Uganda today are using vegetable oils that are either purified, refined, or deodorized. But what they do not know is that the process of purification is a scientific one that involves the use of chemicals. One chemical that is present in all of those vegetable oils is called the hexane. This has been known to compromise health. Globally, there's a crisis. We have shortage of imported oils into the country, and this has brought a lot of frustration on the farmers. The farmers are getting serious exploitation from the middlemen. They do not have enough access or even market for their produce, and then there's a very high cost of inputs. As Awelo Millers, we've come up with an organic food-based solution to help curb the high adulteration of vegetable oils. This, ladies and gentlemen, has 80% monounsaturated fat that is good for your heart, and then it is a very affordable solution. Need I mention, it is produced by yours truly. It's locally produced. Basically, Awelo Millers, our biggest stakeholder is the smallholder farmer. Without the smallholder farmer, we are nothing. And that is why we have offered them a ready and sustainable market for their sunflower harvests. We have gone further and partnered with the Oasis company that gives us hybrid and drought-resistant seed that we then give to our farmers. We train them on the best agronomic practices, and this has seen their yields double over time. No wonder in Oyam, we're starting to see grass-thatched houses going down, and people are starting to build semi-detached iron sheet houses. That, ladies and gentlemen, is real impact, and I'm happy to mention we are creating it. We are majorly focusing on the adult group of 15 and above. These have presented with a trend of poor eating, and this could be associated with lifestyle. They make up almost 22 million of our current population, but as Awelo Millers, we are focusing on the 5 million unbanked population. This population has the lowest purchasing power, and we want to push our solution in there. We know we can have a replica of this population spilling over to the bigger population. Our competition overall is Mukwano, but the loyalty we have built with our smallholder farmers over time is one that is admirable. We do not use any middlemen, and this has given us the ability to enjoy the kind of symbiosis we have with our farmers on a one-on-one basis. Every time you purchase our vegetable oil, 1 liter, our cost of production is 4,985 shillings, okay? When we add our markup of 50%, you will buy this vegetable oil, 7,500 shillings. Ladies and gentlemen, important to note is that our solution is 2,000 shillings cheaper than what the current market is offering, and yet it's a very healthy solution. By the close of 2021, we're able to rack in 123 million in revenue from sales, and we are projecting that by 2024, we shall hit the $500 million mark. In 2022, we're able to benefit from a grant fund from MasterCard and NSSF that saw us install 3-phase power at our factory. We now have an 100 kVA transformer, and with this, it's going to make us double our production. We might even have to triple because we're going to take advantage of peak hours for production. Ladies and gentlemen, our biggest achievement overall is profiling and registering 1,200 farmers in our network. Our factory sits on its own premises. We boast of a 4-ton per day capacity oil processing machine. We've signed major partnerships, 1 with Oasis for inputs, and 2, distribution with Nanga. They take out 9,000 kilos of our oil on a monthly basis, and their territory of operation is Far East and parts of Central. So our solution is coming to a store near you. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce the team. This is the backbone of Awelo Millers. Allow me to special mention Lucy Lagum. She's the one that bridges the gap between the farmers and our business. And then all of our decisions are anchored on consensus from our advisors, our board of advisors. Ladies and gentlemen, our ask is $50,000 US. Igniting Awelo millers means we are going to increase our capacity to offtake 60,000 more kilos. This means we are going to bring on board 400 more farmers who we are going to train, and then we are going to equip them with hybrid seed that is going to see their yield double or improve, and we are going to create impact in that sector. Secondly, and very importantly, is our vegetable oil. We want to engage into fortification of our oil with vitamin A and folic acid. This literally means that we shall contribute to the reduction of the vitamin A deficiency in northern Uganda, especially in the children, and then the folic acid, basically vitamin B complex, will help complications for pregnant mothers. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you all so much for taking the time to listen to our solution. For us at Awelo Millers, we do not just focus on, we aspire to make a difference and not just to make a living. Thank you so much.
Wow, with a whole minute to spare. Friends, wow. It's all I can say. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
You are a very confident young man.
Thank you so much.
And thank you for all the hard work you're doing.
Thank you so much.
I will allow some questions for our judges. Yes, Patience.
Thank you so much, Awelo Group. It does sound like a magic oil, and I was there thinking, okay, there are all these competitors they're working with, but how can we look beyond our competitors and transfer this technology to our competitors? Since you have said that your aim is to transform, we are all in this together. How can we extend this technology beyond Awelo millers and bring on board other the Mukwanos, the Bidcos, and be able to turn the oils that have been reported to be so unhealthy into something very healthy? But thank you so much. This is wonderful. I'll be looking out for that oil.
Thank you so much. You're welcome. Thank you so much again. Basically, it starts with the farmer. And northern region is known to have the highest number of oil seed that is going in there. And then it's also determined on the technology that you're using. Many of the other oil processors are not engaging into oil centrifuging. And us as Awelo, we found this to be very important because it helps, one, separate all of the debris that is in the oil. Two, it gives the oil better quality. And three, it eliminates what we call the water residue that gives the oil even a longer shelf life. So it starts from there and then goes to technology, and then you can be able to package. So would encourage other oil processors or other oil millers to first of all join UOSPA and then follow that trend. Thank you.
Some more questions from our judges?
Okay, thank you very much for that nice presentation. I just want to ask a very simple question. What is the average size of a vegetable oil farm, vegetable seed oil farm in northern Uganda?
That's a very big challenge for all our oil processors. Currently, oil production in Uganda at large is under 30%. That is basically what it is right now. And the market for the input is prominently dominated by Mukwano that has the only license to import inputs. But now we are working in partnership with Dr. Nyang from Serere that has provided an input seed that is called Sunflower. Okay? This has about 51% oil content, and this is locally made in Uganda. And now we're starting to see it move through some of the channels of the input dealers, and the farmers can now easily access it. So that is basically it.
David?
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for your presentation. I'm just worried about the technology that eventually delivers a stable product without the deodorizing and all that removes the organic content from the oil. So how long is this product stable on shelf? And has it been certified by UNBS at least, or who other has made a certification as its consistency on the shelf?
Oh, thank you so much. I will answer that starting from the back. Well, the process, our vegetable oil is cold processed, okay? We basically, and for me it gets a little bit personal at this point. I have literally nursed my old man, my dad, who's been battling his cancer for 1 year, and I've seen what dialysis means. I know the cost of dialysis when your organs are failing, okay? It's one thing when the doctor tells you, you know, your organs are shutting down. So thinking about what the process of deodorization or purification would mean is an increase or adding chemical to your vegetable oil. So we're trying to say the smallholder farmer or the small consumer, just like myself, may not be in position to pay some of these bills that come from probably medication, the dialysis and all of that. This could be actually a solution that is long-term if they start early and they don't have to get to the Cancer Institute. It gets that personal sometimes.
Is it certified?
Oh, about the certification, yes, we are completing our process of certification. I think we're about 80% from the last interaction we had with UNBS. We just needed to finalize our production room, our packaging room, I mean. We're supposed to put in some tiles, but yes, it's ongoing.
How long does it stay on shelf before it starts to smell? And
yes, about a year. You have a year with this. Good to go.
This is proven?
This is proven.
Okay.
Thank you.
Wow, you have such a skeptical face. This is proven. All right, so I'll take one question from the audience.
I'm hiding back here. Hi. Thank you very much for a really nice presentation and really interesting topics that you're touching upon. So my name is Magnus from World Food Program as well, so just to disclose who I am. One of the challenges that we see with procurement of local produce is sometimes quality assurance, and the fact that you're scaling up quite significantly very quickly and have no middlemen to handle some of those challenges. How are you dealing with that? And when you run into those issues from time to time, how do you handle those?
Much, Marcus. That's very interesting. It is important to note, Marcus, that we're a very young enterprise and we're growing, okay? We've currently registered 1,200 farmers, and this is in the proximity of Oyam, the northern region. We know quality assurance and post-harvest is very important. Our long-term plan is to procure a solar drying machine as we increase our capacity. Right now, we can only average about 100,000. That is our average. But when we continuously grow, we shall then continuously bring in some of this technology, and then maybe we shall have to either cluster some of these farmers, and then we work with them in specific groups, or then we shall then find a middle point like Hamway. Hamway is one of the companies that acts as the middleman for some of these farmers. Our point here is we do not want the farmer to get cheated. Other than that, they will not bring us seed that is quality, and we will not have quality oil.
Any other question from the audience? Jeremy, you look like you have a question. You okay? No more questions? Oh, there's a question. Okay.
Thank you very much for your presentation and for the excellent idea of innovation. My question goes to the technology are used. How do you manage the energy, and how do you cater for bearing in your mind the issues of the climate change adaptation and mitigation using these energies?
Oh yeah, thank you so much. Like I mentioned earlier in our presentation, the seed that we are starting to give our farmers, or the seed that we're trying to encourage, the input, is drought-resistant seed. Okay, so this seed doesn't need so much rain, and as soon as the farmer puts this in the ground, 3 days, the seed is going to germinate. And every time the sunflower seed germinates, we guarantee it at least 90% till maturity, until the head falls. Okay, so that is helping to tackle the whole issue of climate change and all of that. And our technology, the centrifuge machine, is basically anchored off three-phase power. So with this, we have no emissions of gases at our factory at all. And all of this is literally done, our production process is mostly done in the night when we're taking advantage of peak hours. Thank you.
All right, any other questions, or are we all okay? All right, thank you so much, Team Awelo. A round of applause for Team Awelo. Thank you very much, Team Awelo Millers and Parker's Investment Limited. Thank you so much. All right, we were going to take a short break. Unfortunately for you, the screens have come back. So we'll go ahead to continue. But in the event that you need to use a break, please, not to worry. You could use the bathroom, you could ask for some water. We'll be glad to ensure that you are comfortable. All right, Tim Crystal Ice Limited. Crystal Ice, oh, there we go, the dramatic soundtrack. Thank you. One more time, please.
Welcome, Crystal Ice. They make natural fruit popsicles for children.
I think I have a winning idea because I've come up with a purely Ugandan product that is authentic and fun to eat. Good morning, everyone. My name is Lynetta Cole. I'm the Managing Director of Crystal Ice Limited. Pleasure to be here this morning. Children love to eat. Sorry, my thing is not working. Okay. Kids love to snack, and snacking is good for them. But of course, as parents, we have a challenge of making sure that these children eat healthy snacks. Why? Because they prefer sugary treats like ice cream and candy to eating an apple or an orange. So as a result, they end up missing on the essential nutrients that would be good for them to grow. So according to USAID, as published in the nutritional profile, 33% of our children are stunted and 4% are severely malnourished. Why? Because of poor nutrition. So as Crystal Ice, we came up with a solution. We came up with a solution that would appeal to the children, an idea of making a product that is healthy, nutritious, uses the local sourced ingredients, and is fun to eat. Of course, when you look at the product, first of all, it is natural. We are using locally sourced ingredients, like I mentioned. It is certified by UNBS. It is fun to eat for the children. And of course, it has the health benefits and social benefits, which I'll be talking about. Moving on to the market size. Of course, here we are looking at the potential and the market size of the product. So as a business, our vision is to make sure that we come up with a product that has a wide market. And of course, here we are looking at Africa and the Middle East. In 2021, the frozen dessert industry was estimated at 1.6 billion. And in 2026, it is projected to be 1.6 billion. Now, that's huge. When we look at our Ugandan market, the target market, we have over 30,000 schools in Uganda with over 10 million of students in pre-primary, pre and secondary. So we are saying that if we target about 30% of the 10 million, we are looking at 3 million. Now, we are selling a pop at 2,000. So if you do the math, that would be like 6 billion. For example, if you do that in a year and you divide by 12, it would mean that we'll be able to turn over 500 million in a month. Of course, here I'm focusing on children because they are our cash cow, but we also target parents, especially the pregnant women Yeah, so, okay, we are moving on to the business model. So, of course, here we are trying to see how we make money. So we source fruits, make money and add value. So we source fruits from the smallholder farmers, and then we add value by processing the product to make ice pops, which we sell in events. We do retail, we sell to supermarkets. We do Jumia, we've partnered with Jumia, so we have online sales, and then we also sell in schools. Of course, here how we make money, we look at our cost of production, we put a markup of 25%. That's how we make money, that's our profit margin. Over the years, we have been able to impact over 30,000 customers, repeat customers, and, but our target is, like I mentioned, 3 million. Why? Because we are coming up with products. You saw we are coming up with gummies, and then the product we are making at the moment is 90 mils, but we want to come up with a product with 65 mils, smaller molds, so that we are able to target people at the bottom of the pyramid, and they can afford the product. Then we have also empowered, of course, we've worked with farmers, over 2,000 farmers. Working with them, of course, it means we are providing markets for them. We are able to solve the problem of food waste, and we are also increasing the shelf life of fruits. That's the team. I'm the one there, Lineta Cole. I've gone to school. I'm so passionate about this business. I have an MBA. That's Rachel Bugasera. She's also a graduate from Makerere. She has done food science, and she also works as a quality manager. This is Benson. He has done, he has a degree in development studies, and he's our sales and marketing manager. Of course, to achieve our goals and objectives, as Crystal Ice, we are here to ask for $50,000. And here our growth strategy is we are looking at increasing revenue and customers. So like I mentioned, of course, product development, we shall be spending like 10,000, because we want to come up with different products that we can sell to different categories of people. So we have gummies. I don't know whether you gave them the gummies. You need to give them. So this one, we've just, MasterCard Foundation supported us, private sector foundation. We've done product development, so we are coming up with gummies, which are also made out of fruits. And now this is something that children really, really love. And we can come up with different sizes so that these children are able to afford it. And then also, like I mentioned, USAID supported us with business development services. So we have quite a number of products we would like to develop. And yeah, so that is part of product development. When we go to working capital, we would like to, first of all, empower farmers, smallholder farmers, empower them, support them, train them so that they can give us a quality product, so that we also come up with a good product that is consistent in terms of quality. Then, of course, we'll go down to building capacity at Crystal Ice so that we can do more production. And then, of course, we are looking at distributional channels, Jumia, Glovo, and increasing awareness. Thank you.
Thank you, Team Crystal. A round of applause for Team Crystal. So, my question, do we all get popsicles?
Well, I don't know whether he brought enough for all of you, but yeah, we have samples at least.
Did you not know that that could determine whether we really like this proposal or not?
At least we'll make sure you get one.
Please ensure that these popsicles, wow, they're just colorful.
Thank you.
Well done, well done. We'll take some questions from our judges. Yes, Jeremy.
Yeah, thanks a lot for this presentation. Would you be able to let us know who your key target customer are? So what their purchasing power, for example. And when we look at the impact that you have on smallholder farmers, again, looking at those 2,000 smallholder farmers, if you could tell us a bit more about who they are, the size of their plot, what previous outcomes or market they had for their fruits. So basically how you're improving their market access.
Okay, so we have different target groups. We have 5 to 12, we have from 13 to 18. Our target, but we basically focus on the ages of 5 to 13 because that's where we get our money, that's our cash cow. But we also, like I mentioned, we target parents. Of course, yeah, I know children are the influencers of, they just influence their parents to pay the product. But basically, I've seen like when I go with my child from school, sometimes they are the ones who go to the supermarket. The parents don't even get out of their car. You just give them the money, they go and buy. So they are customers. So we are targeting those ones. That is our target group. Now going to the market, of course, we are working with a cooperative group in Kayunga of over 2,000 farmers who are providing us with pineapples. We basically use the Cayenne type. So we are working with those ones. And then I also have a group of women from Lira who source, yeah, they get for us fruits from Lira, that is oranges, mangoes, and and then I also work with a team, the youth, who provide us with apples. So we have 6 different flavors, and and then some aggregators. I don't know whether Benson has anything, but we can continue, maybe.
Yes, David.
Thanks. You've not mentioned any sales that you've generated last year. You know, what volumes you've sold, who bought, why did they buy a lot?
So we have made over, from the time we started, we've been in business for 4 years. We started in 2017, and we have been able to make over 360 million, but I can say that money was made in the first and second year. So when we're starting to see growth, like we're set to take off, COVID happened. So I can say 2020 and 2021 were not really, really good. Yeah, but we've seen now things are getting better. Our sales are starting to go up. Of course, we're affected so much because the schools were not working. I mean, we're off, and the supermarkets. But at least we have made over 360 million from the time we started.
Now, with the cold chain issue, how are you going to go around this? The product is quite a high-end product.
Yeah.
For many people. So I'm just wondering how you're thinking about that from a cold chain distribution angle, or whether you have distributors who are managing this for you.
Oh, no, currently, yes, like I mentioned, we've partnered with Jumia. And actually, our people have been complaining about the radius because they had given us 5 kilometers. But when I talked to them, they said they are going to have warehouses in different regions. And now there it is going to be very easy for us to distribute. And now Jumia is, the other day I heard they were saying it's global. So East Africa, everywhere, in Uganda, we shall be able to scale. And then of course there's Glovo. And of course we are also looking for partners who can, it would be nice for me to just concentrate on the product. I do the production and I get distribution partners who can handle that. So that's why I'm here. I'm not only looking for money, but I'm also looking for partners who can connect us to some of those distributional channels. Yeah, but currently we are in central Uganda, and we have a refrigerated truck which we're using. But we're also coming up with a product that doesn't have to be refrigerated all the time so that we can reach other places in Uganda.
Okay, yes, Abel.
Okay, thank you very much, Crystal. I had 3 questions, but one has been taken care of by my colleague. One, I want you to tell us at least 2 micronutrients that are present in your product, and 2, the proportion of fruits that are in your product. Thank you.
Okay, so we are looking at Of course, the pops have, first of all, vitamins. We have vitamin A, vitamin B, and vitamin C. And then we have minerals, we have fiber. What else? Yeah, basically those are the major ones. And of course, when you check on the label, we could not put everything because UNBS has a standard on labeling. So they give you the structure, they tell you this is what we are interested in. I don't know whether I mentioned that we are UNBS certified, but our product has been tested. We first did product development with Uganda Industrial Research Institute, and then our product was taken to UNBS and it has been certified. So at least our customers are very comfortable that they're eating a quality product.
The question on proportions wasn't attended to.
Oh, the fruit, yeah. It's 70.
70%?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, any more questions from our judges?
Would have loved to do 100%, but actually we started with 100%, but Ugandans would not pay for that, so we had to go for 70-30 quota.
Immaculate seems to be admiring the packaging, so we'll give her some time of the popsicle. Any questions from our audience? Anyone have a question about these crystal yummy popsicles that are just covered in fruit and are just packed with vitamins and yum yum? No questions? All right, I gather no questions. Thank you so much, Team Crystal Ice Limited. So you said I'll get a popsicle after, eh? Okay. I know where you're seated, so don't worry. I'll find. Thank you very much. All right, we're well within our time. I hope we're each keeping note of the different teams that are presenting. If you have any questions that maybe you feel you'd like to ask along as we go along, please do not hesitate to ask the teams. They will be here. And I think those that have finished presenting are now breathing in and out. Those that haven't yet are now saying, those are the questions they're asking. They're going to ask me what ingredients are in what ingredients are in my products. You better know. You better know what ingredients are in the product you're here to market. All right, so we'll go on to our last group, which is in category 1, and that's Omia Agribusinesses Development Group Limited. Omia Group, you are very welcome.
Omia Agribusiness Development Group. They offer quality, genuine, affordable inputs, extension services, and linkages to local markets.
Hello, we're the leading providers of quality, genuine, and affordable agricultural inputs in West Nile and in northern Uganda. We blend that with free agricultural extension services and market linkages for farmers. The three quality agricultural inputs, extension services, and market linkages ensures that farmers have high yields. And in the end, the farmer has enough sufficient food available for consumption, and also he has food to sell to increase his income. This being a critical factor in the success of the farmer, we strongly believe we will be one of the winners of the Ignite Food Systems Challenge. Good morning. I'm Iganachira Zakomia. I'm the Managing Director and founder for Omia Agribusiness Development Group Limited. I was born and raised in Yumbe. Yumbe hosts Bidi Refugee Settlement, the largest in Africa, second largest in the world. Omia Agribusiness distributes quality, genuine, and affordable agricultural inputs. Our main office is in Arua. We have branches in Adjumani, in Yumbe, in Zombo, and recently in Kampala, here in Container Village. We've named it Omia after my late dad, who in the 80s and 90s dedicated his life serving as a chairperson of a cooperative union for cotton farmers, ensuring they have access to seed, good agronomic practices, and linkages to markets for their cotton. He passed on in 98. He was killed by rebels of the UNRF2 in Yumbe. So this is solely to uphold his legacy. So the company exists to address the problem of accessibility to improved agricultural inputs. And currently, and even when we started, most farmers rely on saved seeds. And saved seeds, they have poor viability, and also performance in the field is very poor. And also partly most of the farmers are located in the remote centers away from the urban centers. That makes it difficult for them to access quality seed. And farmers also have limited knowledge on use of the inputs. The overall result is over 50% yield loss, little or available food for consumption at the farmer's household, and also there's no surplus to sell in the market to earn income. And there's a huge environmental damage because the farmers keep clearing more forests, thinking if this land is not giving me what I want, I need to clear more land. But actually, it's because they're using poor quality agricultural inputs. So we are here to address that challenge. What are we doing about it? We have retail outlets, as I mentioned in the beginning, that provide the farmer quality inputs, that provide the farmer genuine inputs, that provide the farmer affordable inputs. By quality, we're looking at inputs that are tolerant to drought, that are high yielding, that have good shelf life, that are early maturing, and also at the same time, we're looking at the genuineness, we're ensuring that we'll deal directly with the manufacturers or importers of these agricultural inputs. My commissioner was here talking to all of you. I want to tell you that we are registered with the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries. So we know very well which agricultural inputs are registered, which ones are not. This way farmers are sure they're getting genuine inputs. Affordable, we're using what used to be called the village agent model. We prefer to call it the commercial agent model. So farmers who are influential, who are trusted by their colleagues in their communities, sell our inputs to fellow farmers, and they earn a commission. Most of these farmers have upgraded to have their own shops. So the farmer doesn't have to move up to Arua to come and buy inputs. They can just buy from the agent. And then the agent makes some money and creates a business for himself. And then we are able to reach to that market. And then we blend that with free agricultural extension services and market linkages. The result is high yields at a farmer level. There's enough sufficient food for consumption. There's income for the farmer to meet needs of housing, to meet needs of school fees, to meet there's other social needs. You can, and there's less pressure on the environment. Because with quality inputs, you don't need a huge piece of land to get high yields or high returns. The current market we're serving is West Nile sub-region with over 2.9 million people, and over 70% of these are farmers. In the same region, over 1 million refugees are hosted there from neighboring South Sudan and Eastern DRC. So directly selling to them or selling to NGOs that help them with relief items is also part of our market. And since we started in July 2018, we have reached to over 12,000 of these farmers. About 30% of them are being female. In our planned growth, we want to go to Acholi and Lagos sub-region. That's over 2 million farmers for us to expand to. Consequently, of course, going to South Sudan and DRC. Our main competition are input dealers, seed companies, government programs, and NGOs that are giving free inputs. How different are we from them? We provide extension. We provide market linkages. We are close to our farmers. Our farmers know that we put them first. Everything we're doing, we put farmers first. And then our main channels, as I said, through our outlets, through our commercial agents, and also in the COVID period, we did a lot of doorstep delivery to the farmers because they could not allow them to come. The transport means they would use to come and buy inputs was not there. So we were delivering ourselves by our extension officers. We mainly make money from selling the agricultural inputs, the seeds I mentioned to you. Fertilizers, we emphasize integrated soil fertility management. I will explain it, I think, in more detail later. Then farm tools and equipment, making a margin between 25 to 30%, and our net profit margin ranges between 10 to 15%. Our past performance, as of end of last year, we made sales of 1.5 billion Ugandan shillings and a net profit of 140 million Ugandan shillings. Our inventory, we started with just 7 million, but we ended with 370 million stock. The number of farmers we reached from 2018 was around 300, but we ended last year with over 12,586 farmers. We've worked with Palladium, US African Development Foundation, with SNV, to help us reach these farmers through radio, through building the robust network of agents that I've just talked about. And that's our team. I'm the CEO and founder. I have a Bachelor of Science in Agriculture degree from Makerere University. I have a diploma in agriculture from Israel. He's our operations manager. He has a diploma in agriculture. She is our finance and administration. She has a diploma in business administration. And Habib is our irrigation engineer. He has a degree in agricultural engineering. Apart from that, we have sales agronomists, we have extension officers, a total of 23 staff. I'm left with 1 minute, but my pitch would not be complete if I don't show you what our farmers are doing. So I just wanted you to spare 1 minute and watch what one of our farmers has to say to you. Please play the video. Thank you.
My name is Mutrisiru Laura Christine, a green vegetable grower. I'm from Manipi village, Angazi Parish, Omugo sub-county. I got support from Omia Agro Business. They gave us inputs and they also give us technical advice. They also link us with the market. When I plant these greens in the village, normal the market is low. So this Omia Agro Business also assisted me much in searching the market for my tomatoes. As I talk now, I do export to different districts. Before getting inputs were very difficult. Now when Omia Agro Business came in, so they bring us services near. These vegetables assisted me a lot in my family. As I talk now, I'm on the process of building a permanent house for me out of green vegetables. And secondly, I managed to pay my children in the school. They're all in high institutions. I'm paying them out of veggies.
Thank you so much.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Team Omia. Wow, you're doing such a tremendous job over there.
Thank you so much.
1.5 billion. Those are good numbers.
Yeah, and that's driven by extension. If you don't train a farmer...
I'm seeing you. I'm seeing your plans. I see your plans. But I'm seeing you. Thank you so much for that. We'll take some questions from our judges. Yes, Jeremy?
Yeah, thanks a lot for this.
Be careful the questions you ask. This man may continue in this pitch.
Thanks a lot for this presentation. So look, you have a very solid traction and revenue already. So what are you looking for in this program? What type of technical assistance do you want? What are the main blockers for you to allow you to achieve more rapid growth?
Thank you so much. So the investment we've made in extension, the investment we've made in radio, there's a lot of demand coming to us right now. Farmers that people thought cannot afford the hybrids, the good seeds, are all coming for these seeds. We're overwhelmed. We don't have enough money to meet this demand. So part of what we're asking for here is money as working capital for us to be able to serve the farmers within West Nile. But then at the same time, we want to take a leap to cover the entire north by opening a branch in Lira and in Gulu to serve Acholi and Lango sub-region, a market of over 2 million farmers. That will give us a good control of northern Uganda, which will also drive us to go to South Sudan and the eastern DRC. Thank you.
Yes, Patience.
Thank you so much, Omia team. My first question, you ended up answering it when she began talking to you. I think that was a nice move. But thank you so much for the great work you're doing. I was curious, there is a high refugee population in the area that you're serving. Might you have any added services that you're providing to them, or you're just providing to them generally, knowing that the refugee population might have additional challenges and barriers to participate in agriculture? Is there any special consideration you might have for them in the package you're delivering to them?
Thank you so much. So refugees, most of them are given 30 by 30 meter land. That also has their homestead. So that's really a small piece of land. So deliberately we promote to refugees vegetables. And vegetables, that will mean even in a small piece of land, they can get good returns. And earlier on, when the World Food Program director was speaking here, he mentioned that they give CAS. They're actually shifting from giving direct food support to CAS. And that means there's going to be a lot of business happening within the camp alone. So we are identifying our agents to distribute within the camps to promote mainly vegetable production, so that there's a lot of market within the camp already for themselves. so they can make some money and also provide nutritious food to their colleagues. Yeah, so mainly we're doing vegetables in the refugee camps because they have smaller piece of land.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, Immaculate.
Thank you for the presentation. I'm amazed that you're rooted in refugee hosting areas.
Thank you.
And I wanted to focus mainly on the high burden of malnutrition that is already prevalent in that area. Are you doing anything as a company to ensure that access to these high yields of nutritious vegetables is promoted, especially for the target groups of children under 5 that are severely and chronically malnourished in these areas?
Thank you so much. So nutrition, how we really were addressing nutrition is promote varieties that are highly nutritious. For example, if you take bean varieties, these days we're specific on narrow bean 1, narrow bean 2. These are rich in zinc and iron. So if we deliberately promote those in the camps, and also, of course, the vegetables. So how we do it, there's our own efforts of putting our agents where the refugees can access them. Then there's partnerships we're doing with the NGOs that already have nutrition-related interventions in the camps. What we tell them is, you might have a project 2 years, 3 years after you're going to leave, but if you have a private sector partner like us to reach out to the farmers, once they get to adopt these improved varieties, even when you as an NGO 3 years you're not around, the farmers can still reach directly to us to demand and get, delivered to these inputs.
So do you mean the agents you have conduct some sort of training to the farmers, and how do they ensure that what they've taught them?
Oh, sorry, I didn't bring that out clearly. So yes, our agents, they host demonstration gardens. Demonstration gardens is what he uses to sell, what he uses to show to the farmers hands-on how the vegetables can actually be grown. So that after he demonstrates and the demand that comes now feeds to him, then he sells and earns the commission. Yeah, so we use a lot of the demo gardens, and they don't have to be really big. A demo garden of around 250 square meters is enough to demonstrate that this tomato that I'm telling you gives you 80, 100 fruits, actually gives you 80, 100 fruits. And all you need to do is manage the seedlings well, transplant them, apply the right fertilizers, and they are taught to do simple composting at their level. They don't need to buy inorganic fertilizers. Okay, yeah.
Immaculate, was your question answered?
Yeah, it was. Maybe just a recommendation. I do not know if it's already being done,
Yes.
but after teaching these farmers, training them using the demo gardens, it would be good to follow up if it's actually being done in their individual homes and if it's being uptaken.
We were partly doing that, but thank you so much. We're going to emphasize on that. Thank you so much.
All right. I don't know if Abel or David have any other questions. Yes, Abel.
Yeah. Thank you very much for the passionate presentation. I can see you are into input supply.
Yes.
Everybody almost is doing that. You must be having competitors
Yes.
in the region.
Yes.
I missed out the innovation approach, the innovative approach that you are using compared to your competitors. I didn't see that come out.
Thank you so much.
If you can elaborate.
Thank you. So when we came to Arua in 2018, most people who are selling agricultural inputs sell it like the way any other person is selling soap and sugar, assuming the farmer knows how to use the inputs. So how we're doing it differently, Doctor, if you walked into my shop and asked for maize seed, my sales agronomist will take you through the different varieties of maize seed that are there. The different traits of each, that will help you select the one that works for you. Then she will take your details and put them in our farmer database. Your name, where you're coming from, telephone number, are you male or female, are you youth or not youth, are you refugee or not refugee. These details are given to our extension officers who will call you and visit you in the garden. and tell you, okay, we told you this maize you bought should be planted at this spacing, at this spacing. It requires this amount or this amount of fertilizer. It requires weeding like this. It requires the pests, folio armyworm, and other pests, the armyworm, to be managed like this and like this. When you're done with production, our extension officer gives you numbers of buyers in different local markets, whether in Logiri, whether in Arua, whether in Yumbe, whether in Neo. Those are different markets within West Nile. You negotiate with these buyers how much to sell your maize seed. So you can see our success is tied to the success of the farmer. Until he sells, then gets more money to either scale out or go to another enterprise. So we are close to the farmers like this. We know that quality seed alone is not enough if you don't know how to plant it. We know that quality seed and good agronomic practices will get bumper yield. If you don't know how to sell it, it's not enough. We know that quality seed, good agronomic practices, and linkage to markets completes the chain. Money in your pocket. So that's how we are innovative.
You've answered the question.
Then the
judge is over nodding.
Yes, I would explain the agent model.
You've really answered that question.
Thank you so much.
You have really answered that question. On that note, I am not taking any more questions. Thank you so much, team. A round of applause for the team.
Thank you. Thank you so
much. Wonderful. Thank you so much. Did you see how Judge Ebo was nodding? He was saying you have really answered the question. Thank you so much, Omia, team Omia. And it's amazing to hear the heart behind all of these initiatives. Thank you so much, each and every one of you. Well, I have been well informed that it's now time for us to take a break. So if you'd love to use the restrooms, if you'd like to grab some water, stretch, make a call, now would be a really good time. We have 5 minutes, and then after those 5 minutes, we'll come back for round 2 of the pitches. DJ. All right. I think we'll go ahead to continue while we allow for our other partners that have made their way outside to come back in. I'll request the ushers to let people back in so that we can continue with our pitches. I hope we've all managed to take a break. We've all managed to network a bit, talk to our neighbors, get into some opportunities of, collaborating and partnerships. This is a very good avenue for us to partner. So we're going into our next round of pitches, and in the next round, we'll have another 4 groups. Those 4 groups are Criscro, Western Silk Road, Manyakabi, and Akelo Banka. So if you've heard the name of your group, please be prepared. But for continuity and, of course, in the purpose of keeping time, I would love to welcome Team Criscro, if they are ready.
Welcome, Criscro Uganda. They provide nutritious and healthy avocado products to health-conscious individuals while promoting sustainable production.
Criscro outsources avocados from smallholder farmers, exports the top quality, and processes the rest into healthy teas, healthy oils, animal feed, and manure using a zero-waste and circular approach. Wow. 6 out of 10, thank you. 6 out of 10 rural and semi-urban Uganda have at least an avocado tree in their house, in their home or farmland. But have you ever wondered where all this production goes, especially during the peak season? Well, my name is Godfrey Chiberu, and I'm the founder and managing director, Criscro Uganda Limited. Good morning. Having lost my parents at a very tender age, I ended up being raised by my late grandmother. She was a typical peasant smallholder farmer, and I always saw how she struggled to sell her produce and take care of us. So I promised myself that when I grow up, I would do something about that. Now that I'm of age, I noticed that Uganda produces 50,000 metric tons of avocados every year. But the unfortunate bit is over 50% of this production goes to waste and leading to losses of over $7 million annually. Now, this leads to food and nutrition insecurity and poor livelihood of these smallholder farmers. Did you know that 3.2% of Ugandans are diabetic and 6% have heart disease? Well, having analyzed these metrics, I came up with a zero-waste circular solution where we now purchase these avocados from the smallholder farmers, export the top quality, and process the rest into healthy teas and oils. We sell them under our trademarked brand, Lavado. We also turn the waste from the processing back into the value chain, the food chain, by feeding it to black soldier flies, which give us animal protein, and the manure is taken back to the farms. Avocados contain monounsaturated fat, and this is good for the health of your heart. And they are filled with antioxidants and anti-inflammatory properties, which help you fight non-communicable diseases. Meet Mrs. Senyonga Sarah. Senyonga Sarah is a smallholder farmer in Kalungu district, Mukoko village to be specific. He was diagnosed with high blood pressure, and she has 3 avocado trees in her backyard. Before, exporters would come, buy her avocados, and leave the rest there because it's not top quality, and it would all just go to waste. But because of our solution, for us, we buy everything from these farmers. She can now easily earn $960,000 from her 3 trees annually, and we have increased her income by 50%. Criscro exists to be a zero-waste avocado value chain for a healthy world, and we are doing this by providing nutritious and healthy avocado products to health-conscious individuals while promoting sustainable production. We are operating in a market, East African market, that is worth over 200 billion. But our target is $1 million out of that by 2026. Definitely our products face competition like any other. But we are standing out because we are using a circular model, which is lowering our cost of production, hence offering competitive prices to our customers. And we are also decentralizing the health and nutritious oils, as well as teas, to be affordable and accessible. We make money by exporting these avocados and selling our lavado products locally here through supermarkets and on Jumia. And you can note that our value-added products are giving us profit margins of over 50%. We've raised our revenues from 38,000 to 196,000 in the last 3 years, and we are processing 10 metric tons on average every month. And our products are in over 50 supermarkets around Kampala, and we are keen to expand and explore more markets. I lead that team at Chris Grow, and I'm supported by a wealth of professional and experienced individuals. Like Daphne is our co-founder. By the way, she was blessed by a bouncing baby girl today morning. That's why she was not able to be with us, but Becky is there to stand in her place. And we have Eddie Mobiru, who is our Associate Operations Manager. Dear judges, opportunities keep presenting themselves. And we are at a level where we need to move to the next step. Currently, we are working and outsourcing from 500 smallholder farmers. But we now need to increase from these 10 metric tons to 20 metric tons to be able to meet our ever-increasing demand in our export markets, as well as increase the production of our oil. So, and this will lead us to at least bring on board at least 2,000 smallholder farmers. And this should be done by Q2 of 2023. We also plan to launch our lavado products officially into the market by the Q4 of 2023, and there gain traction. And our target is to impact at least 25,000 smallholder farmers by 2026. We stand before you seeking for the $50,000. For us to be able to achieve whatever we are planning, impact these farmers, we need the finances to be able to do this. When you entrust us with this money, we are going to use part of it to purchase an avocado oil pressing machine. Why? Currently, we are using rudiment methods to produce that oil you see there. And those rudiment methods cannot be used to produce cooking oil, yet it is the most demanded product among our products. 80% of customers are asking for this product because every time you present that oil, they think it is edible, but it is for cosmetic purposes currently. And then part of the money will go into working capital because we need to support these farmers. For me, it's the reason why we started Chris Grow, to support these smallholder farmers. And part of the money will go into technical expertise, like getting food scientists on board so that we refine these products to be, to fit the market as it is required. And then we shall use the money to do product market development. But above all, it is not just about the money. I see a whole experience of judges here. We need to work together in form of strategic partnerships. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Godfrey. Well done. We'll go ahead to take some questions from our judges. Yes, Jeremy.
Yeah, maybe I can start. Thanks a lot for this presentation and massive growth that you achieved over the past 3 years, 5 to 6x. Maybe just a question, you're planning to multiply by far the number of smallholder farmers you're going to source from. How do you set up scalable processes to be able to source and transport at scale from those smallholder farmers?
Thank you so much for that question. It is our desire to see these farmers grouped all together, into clusters, because it is easier to pass on communication to them. It is easier to outsource. Imagine you have a group of over, say, 50 farmers, one village, and they know every Friday we are harvesting and transporting these avocados to Kampala. It is our desire, and that is the plan. That is how we plan to do that, because we want to deal with these farmers direct, so that we reduce any glitches and the impact really reaches the farmers themselves. Yes.
Right. Yes, Abel.
Okay. Thank you very much for the presentation. Two questions, quick ones. One, you mentioned the proportion of, or the percentage of farmers who have avocado in Uganda, but I want to know how much do we produce in the country, in total across the country. Then secondly, tell us the extraction rate for oil from avocado. For example, if I have 1 kilogram of avocado, how much oil do I get from that 1 kilogram? Thank you.
Thank you so much for that question. According to UN, there is that website, UN Comtrade website. It states it clearly that Uganda produces 50,000 metric tons of avocados. And then about the oil percentages, avocados are in different types. We have different varieties. If you look at the Hass variety, its oil content is over 15%. But right now, we are dealing with the local variety. And according to research, our oil content is at least 6%. Yes.
I expected the answer to come from your own practices. For example, you're extracting the oil. Yes. You have given us the oil. So when you get 1 kilogram of avocado of any variety that you're using, how much oil do you get from your own production process?
Okay. Thank you so much for that question. From 1 kilogram of avocados, we are able to get at least 50 mils from every kilo. Yes. Because of the low oil content. Yes.
Right. Yes, David.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. It's an interesting company. I'm just wondering how you financed such lovely packaging over the last 3 years. Of your $200,000 US revenue, how much is, that's the second question, how much is coming from the export? What percentage? Then the black soldier fly, yes, that is circular economy, which is very good. It's good impact. Are you scaling this business, or it's just one way to finish off the West? And where is this going? I'm particularly interested also in this as a potential revenue stream.
Thank you so much for that question. Regarding how we've been able to finance the company, we started with, of course, working capital. We hustled through and we started, but we've, from the little profit, you manage to sustain the business. So that's how we've been able to do that. But because we've gained some traction, some people started to believe in us. So there is an organization called Hinga. They gave us a secured loan of 33 million that also tried to boost us and try to keep us afloat, especially after COVID. And then about the packaging, especially for the teas, we have a free raw material, because when we buy these avocados from the farmers, for us we buy avocados, but remember we are using the flesh to extract the oil and the seed to make the teas. So the seed is almost a free raw material. So our cost of production is very low. So we can easily afford state-of-the-art packaging.
Okay. The other question is on the BSF.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, the BSF. Of course, we have great plans for the BSF, because for us, it is more about the environment. When you scale production, you have a lot of waste, but it's organic and it has nutrients. So since we are environment cautious, we thought of the best way to dispose of our waste. But still, we are trying to develop a model where we can still engage smallholders in the area where we operate, that if you get this waste, when that model comes up, these neighboring communities can rear these black soldier flies, and we give them free raw material, and we buy the larvae from them because the market is really there and ready. But in regard to scale, first, right now, our focus is on the avocado oil and making these products, fully established on the market.
David, you look skeptical. Do you still have another question?
So where are you taking your BSF products? What are you doing with it? There's fertilizer, there is larvae here. What are you doing with it?
Yes, for the larvae, we are selling it to fish farmers. But our target is feed processors, because we don't want to go into the process of marketing and things like that. We're targeting business to business. If you partnered with a great animal feed manufacturer, they can off-take everything without you struggling with the marketing. And then this waste the manure is for our farmers. When these trucks go back to pick avocados, it goes with the manure, and we just give it to them at a giveaway price, to motivate them to use organic inputs and something like that.
Yes, Abel.
Yeah, just this is 250 ml. How much does it go for?
We are selling that at 20,000 currently. Yes.
20,000. All right. Thank you so much, team.
Another question.
Someone had a question?
Yes, I do.
Oh, yes, please.
Just a quick one. Thank you so much for the presentation. Just a quick one. On the terms of quality certification, is that something you're working towards too, or is it something you'd be able to do after you have been given the support?
Yes, we are definitely working on it because it's a major hindrance. We've already started the UNBS process, and I believe we are, how far? Okay, yeah, he's handling that, following up. So 80% done, because that product can easily move in pharmacies and those other places, but that is what is hindering us. And even when you access this 50,000, perhaps we would just be accelerated.
We see our plans. We see our plans. But thank you so much, Team Lavado. Sorry, Lavado is the product, right?
Yes.
Team Chris Crow.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please take your seats. A round of applause for Team Chris Crow. Ladies, you can buy yourself some avocado oil before you leave to support this business if they don't get the 50,000 US dollars. But even if they do, I think it's a very good product for us to purchase. Thank you so much. Hey, you're taking the things away. Oh. Hey, no, you take the ones for the fish. The manure ones, you should take those ones. All right. Thank you so much, Team Crisco. Guys, are you seeing how people are sharp? People are bringing products to the judges where the judge can't say no. Anyway, I'm hoping our judges are objective. All right, so we'll move on to the next group. And of course, this is really in the interest of time. Western Silk Road. Western Silk Road, if we're ready, please make your way here.
Welcome, Western Silk Road. They work with rural households to sustainably develop an inclusive market between agriculture and trade in the beekeeping value chain.
We work with smallholder farmers by investing in the entire beekeeping value chain. Good morning. My name is Sandra Ejang. I am the CEO Western Silk Road Limited under the brands Asali Wamoyo and Aza Naturals. Asali Wamoyo is Swahili for honey of the heart, but the literal translation is sweetheart, and the sweetheart is me. This is my first pitch, and I'm afraid of public speaking. We, as a business, we are invested in the entire beekeeping value chain from primary production to value addition. And here is the problem. Uganda is estimated to have a production potential of 500,000 metric tons of honey annually and is currently only producing a fraction of that. Oh. 71 of 100 crop varieties that provide 90% of the world's food is pollinated by bees. This goes to show that pollination services are a core component in global agricultural production, which is directly linked to food security. 1 out of every 5 Ugandans is living in extreme poverty, but not you guys are fine. And this is our value proposition for the farmers. We offer free beekeeping training and support, zero interest microfinance in the form of hives, and the hives are paid back for with a percentage of harvested honey. This provides an additional income stream for the farmers and pollination services for their crops, which provides better yield for their agricultural products. By investing in the entire beekeeping value chain, we provide employment opportunities for women and youth especially across the entire beekeeping value chain. For our customers, we provide premium products made from locally sourced ingredients. And this is how our solution works. We organize our beekeeping groups, register them as CBOs. We provide them with beekeeping training, supply them with the hives, and from the hives they get hive products like honey, beeswax, propolis, from which we process and add value. Some of our products are honey, body butters, propolis, to mention but a few. Our supply chain starts from Western silk. We provide the beekeeping training, and then we work with the carpenters who give us the hives that we supply to the farmers. The farmers provide us with hive products that we then process, package, and supply to supermarkets, boutique stores, and pharmacies, who are our main distribution partners. Our competitive advantage is, and we pride ourselves a lot in this, we are one of the only businesses in Uganda that we know of that is invested in the entire beekeeping value chain. With the production potential of Uganda at 500,000 metric tons annually, we assume a 40% production level can be reached, and that is our target. We started with 5 smallholder farmers in 2017, and in under 5 years, we were able to grow to 1,500 small-scale farmers. By getting into Carrefour stores, in the last 6 months, we've been able to grow our sales from 200 kilos to 2,000 a month. And this has all been funded through bootstrapping. With a 50,000 investment, we hope to recruit an additional 500 new beekeeping smallholder farmers, set up 10 bulking centers across the country, set up an in-house carpentry workshop, and invest in BDS service providers. This will increase honey production, hopefully by 20 tons per year. This will also increase household income. There will be a 20% at least increase in crop yield through pollination for the farmers. A lot of women and youth will be empowered throughout the beekeeping value chain. And if we got that 50,000, this will help us to go to the next level, which is setting up our own modern honey processing facility that will help us get to the European market by 2025. And all this is powered by superwomen. Just like in the bees, the workers do all the hard work and the workers are female. Me, Sandra, I've been invested in the beekeeping business for the last 7 years. We have Alison Nakalembe, who is an animal production specialist. Under Alison, we have a team of an in-house cosmetics formulator and several production assistants who do a lot of the hard work back there. And we have Winnie Awate, our marketing manager, who holds a bachelor's degree in procurement and supply chain management, and her assistant, Catherine Namutevi. Thank you.
For someone who was scared of presenting, you had a whole minute to spare and did such a fantastic job while at it.
The money.
Well, power to these queen bees. But my friend, 50K will make you gain courage. I pray get the 50K. Well done, ladies. I will allow for some questions from the audience. You're still thinking?
Thank you. Dorothy Najengo, I'm coming from USAID, Inclusive Agriculture Markets Activity, and I feel this is really right on the money. I wanted to understand what your areas of operation are. Where do you really reach in terms of districts? Then on the side of off-taking, are you trying to, because I've seen you've put some people like Golden Bees that we are currently working with. Are you in touch of some of those, because they off-take also, like you? So in terms of linkages, are you trying to meet up with these different people that are already in the market system and to see how you can reach out to that big market niche that is available? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. We have smallholder farmers across the country. So we actually also package our honey according to the region that it's coming from. See, the taste of honey is dependent on what the bees feed on. So by packaging it according to the region that it's from, we are able to offer our customers different options on what they can take. And then in regards to your last question, we are pretty happy with our market right now. Yes, we are in touch with them. In fact, we are a member of Tunado. There are usually several engagements with other people invested in beekeeping, and we share a lot of notes here and there, but so far we're okay. Thank you.
You should smile at that lady in yellow when you get off the stage.
I know.
You know? All right, we'll take some questions from our judges. Yes, Patience.
Thank you so much. My question was a little bit related to what Dorothy asked, because I saw you plan to do 10 packaging centers across the country, and I was kind of curious, why do you want to spread yourselves all over? You might have the team to do that. Just trying to understand why you want to go that way. And the other one is purely out of curiosity. As a telecommunications engineer, how did you end up here?
Money. This economy will make you do things.
Thank you for your question. The bulking centers, what we are trying to do is reach directly to that beekeeper. Actually, in the last couple of years, I have a lot of livestock named after me because of my work with the farmers. I think I prefer it that way. By reaching directly to that household farmer and setting up our bulking centers there, it eases our transportation, but it also creates that sort of community. When they talk about us, they feel like they have a friendly face in Kampala, and it's easy for them to sell to us. Farmers are very complicated. And from telecom engineering to beekeeping, I started out actually as a means to add additional income. My boyfriend, husband now, were just starting out and we were looking for money. As a telecom engineer, I was stuck to a desk job, and I am clearly not a desk job kind of girl. So beekeeping, and before that actually, the only experience I had with beekeeping was eating it growing up. So it brought back very fond childhood memories, and I decided that that is where I actually wanted to be. Thank you.
Yes, Abel.
Okay, thank you very much, ladies. Apart from money, what impact do you intend to create? Because we are looking at, something innovative, something that is going to improve the livelihoods of the community. I didn't see how your work is going to contribute to helping the communities get out of some situation. If you can please clarify.
Thank you, sir. That is a wonderful question. It's one of the things I had not talked about. We are invested in the entire beekeeping value chain, and with beekeeping, it's not just the honey that we're getting out of it. The farmers are getting pollination services for their crops, and that improves their yields. Now, since we are invested in the entire value chain, from a consultation to the last value-added product, which I think would be lip balm, we buy several products from the farmers. If we find that one of our farmers is growing, say, simsim, or has wild shea nuts growing in their compound, we buy all of that because those are all raw materials for the final products that we make. So by doing that, we are actually creating more opportunities. The people who are collecting the shea nuts, the people that are planting simsim, the people that are processing beeswax, there's propolis. So it's a whole list of things that we're doing for them to help increase their income. Thank you.
Yes, David.
Thanks for your presentation. Just 3 questions, and some could be clarifications. One, are you profitable now? Because, and I just want to go back to Patient's problem. You're expanding. Is it to address profitability or to address your goal to be the biggest producer or processor of honey in Uganda? So are you profitable now, and why would you want a very big business that logistically is challenging and could potentially put you into problems as a result? The second question, you said you'd like to build a modern processing plant, 2025. You need $250,000. Where are you operating now? And $250,000 is supposed to be raised how? Or do you hope that once you have the bulking centers, somebody will give you the $250,000 US?
Thank you for your questions. Like I had mentioned earlier, our business is bootstrapped. If through bootstrapping we've been able to get here, there's nothing that is going to stop us from getting to that $250,000 mark, with or without this money, but we want this money. Yeah? And we are breaking even now. We are not yet profitable because to have to work with the carpenters, to supply the farmers, it's very capital intensive, and it's actually a lot more capital intensive than I anticipated. And now I'm getting over the shock of it, so we are only growing and moving forward. Thank you.
So you've clarified your model to break even, and you can guarantee that if this money is offered, it won't go to waste?
110%.
Okay.
David, you're speaking like you have a loose 250,000 USD. Do you? Hey, because you may need to smile at more people in the audience today. All right, I'll take one more question from the audience, and then we'll go ahead to invite our next group. Any questions? James? Can someone please take the microphone to James?
Thanks a lot for the presentation. I'm asking this as a smallholder farmer.
I like it.
The biggest worry for us, the beekeepers, is the decline. As so many of us get excited with intensifying our crop production, get into herbicides, get into pesticides. I wanted to hear from you whether this is a concern for you. You say you are invested in the entire value chain, and what solutions do you have for the smallholder farmers like us and those that you support? Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. That is a wonderful question. What we are trying to do now is we are very intentional about the beekeeping that we are doing. When we are training the farmers, we also encourage them to plant bee-friendly crops. For example, sorghum. Sorghum is a very good source of nectar for bees. And then there are things like moringa that not only will it be nectar for the bees, but it's also edible. So that's income from both ends. We are very intentional about that, and we are trying to see how to encourage more tree planting, which is where the bees get their food. Does that answer your question? Thank you.
Wow, you end your sentences like as if you're going to say something else. So my face is always like, uh-huh. All right, a round of applause for these amazing women. Western Silk Road. Thank you so much, ladies. Thank you for working hard and representing the Queen Bees. Thank you very much, and all the best on winning this money and finding. All right, we'll go ahead to invite our next group. I hope we are all comfortable and we're okay. If you need a glass of water or an extra bottle of water, we have some ushers, like I mentioned earlier. They will be glad to support you as best possible so that you don't feel uncomfortable. Also, we have some honey that has been exhibited here. If you are in need of a sugar fix, could just bring the team to you. All right, the next group, Manyakabi. Are we ready? Please make your way to the stage. After them, we'll have Akelo Banka.
Area Cooperative Enterprise. They provide accessible extension services, marketing, and storage facilities.
I think I will win this pitch cup because we have all the necessary resources, capacity to extend our good innovations to a wider population. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Protocol observed. My name is Claire Kabachenga, manager of Manyakabi Area Cooperative Enterprise. It's a women's enterprise, a cooperative based in Isinjiro District. Isinjiro District, we are hosting 2 refugee camps, and in the western region, we have 5 refugee resettlements. And she's Susan Alinitwe. She's the agribusiness officer. What we do mainly is to inspire change in Uganda rural women, especially in hard-to-reach areas. The problem and opportunity. Uganda has one of the largest refugee intake rates in Africa. More so, majority of refugees and people in rural areas depend on smallholder farming as a means of livelihood and source of food, but struggle with low productivity and lack to access of quality inputs, poor agronomical practices, post-harvest handling practices, and obviously the climate change. Under the WFP cash transfer program, over 500,000 refugees are struggling to access safe, nutritious, and quality food. 30% of smallholder farmers in Sinjiro and refugee camps lose their harvest due to poor post-harvest handling practices. Over 30% of the children under 5 years in southwestern Uganda are facing challenges of malnutrition, especially stunted growth. Value proposition. We are solving such problems of production and food insecurity by providing agricultural support services to improve farmer livelihoods, production and distribution of quality food stuffs like maize, and creating part-time and full-time jobs, both to refugees and farmers in the hosting communities. And we have 6 pillars that we are doing that: production and productivity, post-harvest handling and aggregation, collective and bulk marketing, transport and agro-processing, distribution and consumption, and digitization of farmers' transactions using farm pass technology. Farmers' involvement and employment created. Over 5,000 farmers in the year 2021 were able to access 28 metric tons of improved seeds, 56 metric tons of fertilizers, and even the equivalent number of taplines and 10 shellers. And obviously they participated in giving us their produce because we are also off-takers. And over 15,000 farmers have been reached in that same year. And 24 people are employed in the transport unit, and 85 agents and traders from the refugee and hosting communities were also the jobs created. And the digitization of all the transactions using the farmer pass technology has enhanced transparency among the members and refugees. Market size. We have in the neighboring countries, the four neighboring countries, Rwanda, Tanzania, DRC, and Kenya, over 2,000 pupils and students in tertiary and institutions and schools, and about approximately 560,000 refugees in the refugee settlement. And the serviceable available market are 46 schools and formal institutions, and all the 5 refugee camps. Those are the structures we are having. We have automated maize milling machine, which is of high quality, and those are the warehouses. We also have two MSUs. Those are portable warehouses. The competitive advantage that we have is strong membership, which is over 8,000 members who are long-term existence and regional based. The strategic partnership, especially with quality-conscious buyers such as WFP, regional traders from DRC, Tanzania, Rwanda, and Kenya. The infrastructure, the quality assurance mechanism which we have put in place from the farm level up to the warehouse, the digital system for transacting all the transactions from the farm level to the AC level, UNBS certification, and also regional based. For us, we are strategically located. We are near the 2 borders of Tanzania and Rwanda, and also to the district. The roadmap. In this year, we are planning to finish getting UNBS. We have reached at a product test and we have passed them. And mainly, we want this grant to do fortification, to bring fortified maize flour on the market. The impact will obviously would have more. We shall expand the production volumes by having another production line, fortified maize flour, digitization of all the transactions, and this one obviously will improve the livelihoods of the farmers and the refugees. That is the team we have, which has diverse skills and well equipped. The ask had mentioned it. Thank you so much for listening to us.
All right, thank you so much, ladies. Are you sure you had meant the ask? Did we get the ask? All right, we'll go ahead to allow for some questions. Our judges. Yes, Immaculate.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I'll just want to get clarity on how you address poor post-harvest handling and the high rates of stunting that are prevalent in the western region of Uganda, Isinjiro.
Okay, we are in the value chains of beans, maize, and flour, and high-value crops, the vegetables. The beans and the high-value vegetable and the high-value crops, especially the vegetables, that's how we are trying to mitigate effects of malnutrition, but obviously doing capacity building, because in our households, the dogs and the pussycats, they eat more nutrition food compared to those babies. Because in our families, they don't eat, they want refined maize flour, where most of the nutrients have gone. And the leftovers is given to cows, dogs. So we're doing capacity building on that. And that's why.
How do you do the capacity building? Like, which form of capacity buildings do you do, and who are the target beneficiaries of that capacity building?
The target beneficiaries are small-scale farmers, and the cooperative is composed of small-scale farmers, and then 90% are women who do the cooking in the household home, plus. But a lot of capacity building has not been done in the refugee camp. We have been mainly taking there the maize flour, and when we are coming back, we bring the maize grain. We have a nutrition policy. So the extension workers, when they're going to do good training farmers in good agronomical practices, in post-harvest, climate change, market, they also chop in agriculture. We integrate agriculture services with the nutrition aspect of it. That is at the extension workers, but in each group, we have village agents. Those village agents who have trained people who mentor and follow up with their fellow farmers. And those agents are equipped with all extension materials, the pictorial, we have books, we have tailored books, and the pictorial pictures to address even Runyankore. We use Runyankore in the refugee camps, we use Congolese, Rwanda, all that.
Okay, thank you. Any other question from the judges? Yes, David.
Thank you for your presentation.
Yes.
You have a very strong group, and I imagine you're a very good mobilizer.
Yes.
And organizer of people.
Mm.
You have 8,000 members. You want $50,000. That means if each of your members gave you 20,000 shillings, you can raise this money in a year.
Yes.
I just imagine what the challenge is. You already have a bank, so why are you? I wonder why you're here.
Yes, what you're saying, it is true. We do both internal capitalization of our farmers, and those are small-scale farmers. We say they should be paying 25,000 shillings. If they don't have 25,000 shillings, they pay in terms of maize, 25 kilograms of beans, and 33 kilograms of maize. But our operations, the working capital is much. The working capital, we need a lot of working capital, because as we talk now, we purchase over 1,000 metric tons of maize grain. True, the farmers come and keep their grains. We have access to loans. The UDB loan, we have access to UDB loan 2 times. We are guarantors, because for us, we have a security. But that money, when it comes, it goes in. For example, when we got 300 million, 200 million went direct to farmers in terms of inputs. They improved seeds and fertilizers, which they pay after harvesting. So why we need this particular one. Already we have the maize milling machine, but we cannot meet the production, the volumes of the maize flour. So we want another high quality maize milling machine with a fortifier and a winnower. Because of the high quality of our maize we are having, We have created a market network and linkages, but we are not satisfying that market. Even WFP, on a monthly basis, they release, in one refugee camp, they release 2 billion to refugees. But how are we strategizing ourselves, both the refugees and the farmers, to tap in that business ecosystem? That's why we need that money, so that we create our identity and we increase our visibility. The money shouldn't be taken by already people who are established. We need to improve the incomes and improve the livelihoods of both the refugees and farmers in the hosting communities.
David, does that answer your question? Right. Any other question? All right, I see a question in the audience. The microphone is coming to you.
Thank you. My name is Stephen Waiswa. I work for United Nations Capital Development Fund. And my question is around sustainability of the village agents. What are you doing to sustain them and keep them motivated? I'll be keen to hear that. Thank you.
You know, the village agent model was introduced to us by CPM USAID. Now it's over, I think, 4 years since that program has closed, but we are still there. Why? How are we succeeding? The village agents are putting on 4 hats. They are marketing agents. They are responsible for collecting for us the produce. And when they are collecting produce, we give them 5 shillings for every kilogram of maize. And if it is beans, we give them 10 shillings. They are also loan agents. They come and collect, they place orders through the system of what they want in their respective groups, the inputs. Then we deliver the inputs at subsidy level. There they get commission of 50 shillings per input, especially if it is improved seeds or fertilizer. They are also as agents. The agents, we encourage the commercial farmers to pay for the services being rendered, so that the rest who don't have the capacity, there the RPO, the Rural Producer Organization, and the AC, we come in and do the backstop. So it is mainly, even the shellers, when the shellers were given to us by the WFP, long time ago, I think it was around 2006, but still now we have shellers. We have bought more shellers. Why? It was cost share. And when they are in their respective groups, they agree on they agreed on specific money they charge per sack, if it is a member or not member. And that money also goes to their respective RPOs. So if there is any repair, any maintenance, they do that. Somehow, we are saying at each and every level, be business-minded. Yes, we are social entrepreneurs. But even if we are social entrepreneurs, how do we keep ourselves afloat and become more competitive enough with other traders and remain relevant to our members?
All right, thank you very much, Team Wakabi. You seem to have a question, but I think I'll allow for you to have the question, ask them the question directly in the interest of time. I hope that's okay. All right. Thank you so much, ladies. A round of applause for these fantastic ladies. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I have been very ably informed that our food is making its way to the place where we are going to eat it. So I'd love to see some smiles on those faces in anticipation for this food that we're going to eat. However, I'd love for us to stand up and stretch a bit. Let's get some air in those bones. We've been seated for quite some time. Can we all stand up? Is that okay? Let's all stand to our feet. Oh, apart from Jacob, who has been standing this whole time. I think Jacob should sit. But let's all stand. Let's stretch a bit. Say hi to your neighbor. Do you know your neighbor's name? And if you don't, that is embarrassing. Say hello to your neighbor, you know. There's 1,000 people. You know, we have so many nationalities in here, so many countries in here. Some people from Nairobi, Kenya. Love the shirt. Whoop, whoop. Network. Say hello to your neighbor. Give them a hug. Give them a high five. If you're generous with your hugs, please give it. If it's a high five, go ahead and high five. If it's a fist bump, go ahead to fist. Please do not come and hug the judges. You know, talk about lunch. Talk about the excitement you have. But we could also talk about the presentations and how we feel about them. Are we okay now? Have we gotten some air in our bones? All right, we can take our seats now. We can take our seats. Yeah, all the way. Awesome. I just noticed all of us were, like, our eyes were stuck into our computers, and I'm like, ah. All right, so we have one more group that's going to be sharing with us, and therein we'll be having our lunch. So the next team, I'll ask that we be mindful of time, both in the questions and in our presentation as well. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Akelo Banka, who is our 8th presenter today.
Welcome, Akelo Banka. Akelo Banka uses data and mobile to allow farmers to easily access, order for, hire, and share bundled agricultural products and services from verified providers on credit, hence allowing farmers to double their farm production and productivity.
We are the engine that powers the agricultural economy in this country. Good afternoon. My name is Jane, and joined by Rachel, our Chief Operations Officer. I want to take you through the country called Uganda. Agriculture is the mainstay of our economy, and this is evidenced by the fact that it employs over 70% of the population, but it also contributes to the export earnings of over 53%. But more importantly, to the GDP of the economy, it does over 23%. This looks so rosy, but it comes down to one thing. This is only contributed to by the perennial crops. And because of that, the farmers who actually farm those perennial crops end up not having food to eat because they focus on producing for commercial. But also, the farmers who should be supporting those farmers producing perennial to be able to have food are also not able to produce in maximum capacity because less than 2% of investment into production and productivity goes into this sector. I want you to imagine what it means for any human being to live on less than $3 a day. This is a reality to millions of farmers out there. And an example of Akelo, who before using our platform that is Akelo Banka, typically she is a smallholder. She has no data trace. No one knows about her, including World Food Program. She uses rudimentary tools. She uses her family, her children, to be able to farm. Hence, they cannot go to school. And because of all that, of course, she'll produce at the lowest capacity possible. But what is causing all this? One, she does not have access to the inputs she needs to be able to increase on her production and productivity. More importantly, asymmetric information on both demand and supply, because even if she's able to produce, then where is she going to sell? But more importantly, the investment in form of credit, which is needed for her to invest in her farm operations from end to end. This is the change that we bring. When you use Akelo Banka, we transform you from using your children, enslaving your children to work for you, destroying the environment, but into giving life-changing smiles into your life, because you can be able to do everything. And how do you do that? We use data and mobile to create profitable linkages for the farmers to easily access, order for, hire, and share bundled agricultural products and services from verified service providers. I'll give an example of Omia, hence allowing them to be able to double or to triple their production and productivity. Here we guarantee 5 times. How do we do this? We deploy this technology, one for the farmers, whom we currently have over 150,000 farmers across the country, utilizing the platform to be able to get onto it and order for the products and services. Then secondly, again, we support institutions like Omia who work with who work with the farmers to be able to manage their stock and also to make sure that they do not sell things which are outdated. And the ministry is more pertinent about this. When it comes to the off-takers, whom I have seen many of them in the house working with us, they use our platform to be able to precisely locate which farmers are producing what and in what location. And they're able to give them contracts from any part of the world, or they're able to place orders and aggregate that demand. This system also enables all these partners to access the products and services on credit. And we are currently working with over 60 cooperatives, aggregating all the 150,000 farmers with whom we are working with. It's indicated that the population is going to grow to 8.5%, 8.5 billion by 2030. What is going to happen? Are we going to eat people? No, we need to increase production and productivity so we can have enough food. Industrialization is also going to go high, and it's going to put pressure on food as raw material, which means you need to produce more. And that is the market that we are talking about. We as Akelo Banker, we are targeting 670,000 farmers in 5 years, and that will give us a revenue target of about $6 million. And we are en route to that. But for us to make sure that we do this and we are good at it, we know that there is competition. We love competition because it comes in to make us better. And we offer the bundled services. We provide deferred payments, which means the farmers can be able to get the input on credit, and we guarantee and they're able to pay after they have harvested, which means that we can actually power Nyakabi cooperative as well using our platform because it's end-to-end. Then the platform is driven by data because data is information, which will be relayed back to the development partners like World Food Program and any other actors like government who want to make informed decisions when they are making any interventions. Now, our channels are a growth experience. We work with the digital extension agents who become who help us to be able to put the message. We also encourage other farmers to be able to onboard other farmers for a fee, hence the peer-to-peer. But more importantly, we use the super agency model, which include the cooperatives. But as we are doing all that, we're using social media, we're using radio to make sure that every message goes to every part of the world. We are making money, and we are doing a B2B2C model. And the first place where we're making money is through licensing and data. Currently, we are backed by one of the largest banks in Africa, which means we are only working here, but we are also able to scale across Africa. But also, we are getting money from credit commissions. And lastly, for every transaction that takes place when our platforms are being used, we make money. And how has that been so far? Like I told you, our traction, we've had about 150,000 farmers, whom we are still having. We have 450 input dealers who are in the platform. We have over 60 cooperatives, 86 staff across the country, and every year we grow by over 50% because there is demand within this. So we need that money. That's the money we need. We have secured 350. But in that journey, for us to look for that money for the farmers, it is hard. That's why we need that $50,000 US so that we can be able to hit these targets, which you are seeing. 90,000 active farmers, 200 cooperatives, 5 hires, and to make sure that we're able to push over $5 million US in credit into powering the agricultural ecosystem. This is the leadership team, and I'm proud of them, and I want you to support us to join this, and we can create the change. In 20 seconds, what change are we creating? We are transforming lives. We are sustaining food systems, and we are saving the environment and saving lives. Listen to her testimony. She said, and this photo credit, I'm giving it to you and CDF. She said, using Akelo Banker, when COVID-19 came, I was able to order for inputs within my family. If I had to go to town and I got HIV and I got COVID-19, I would die. Who would take care of my family? But because of Akelo Banker, I was able to do everything in my home in the palms of my hands. What more do you need other than Akelo Banker and to support such initiatives? Thank you.
Round of applause for Akelo Banker. What more do you need, honestly? All right, we'll take some questions from our judges. Yes, Immaculate.
Thank you for the presentation. I would like to know, maybe I missed it, what does it take for the smallholder farmer to get signed up to this platform? Do they have to pay a certain fee, or is it easily accessible by even those that are in the villages, and what's your coverage so far?
Okay, very great question, thank you. So first of all, farmers can be able to access the system when they walk into the input dealer shop. They get registered, information is provided, and the system, by the way, like I told you, it uses data, is able to provide content to inform the farmer when to plant, how to plant, so it aggregates all that information. But secondly, we have what we call the digital extension agents, who definitely go and support these farmers to be able to be onboarded. But I also communicate about the peer-to-peer. The farmers who are already enlightened and they know about the initiative and they have been impacted, they actually support their other fellow farmers to be able to be registered. The system is available on a USSD code in a basic mobile phone, so it does not need internet for you to be able to be onboarded, and will support you through. But also available on web, but also on the mobile app.
Do they have to pay any?
No, they don't pay anything to be set up. Instead, it's a money-making engine for them.
Yes, Patience.
Thank you so much for the presentation and the great work you're doing. For the individual farmers that you're already working with, might you have disaggregated data in terms of what proportion are women, maybe are refugees, are youth? Might you have that kind of information?
Yeah. So these are facts. We have over 43% being women. And with a specific undertaking we had in northern Uganda, it was mandated that we get 10,000 refugees, especially within the Chiriandongo area. But why 10,000? The cost of you going to start working with the refugees is high because it's not a commercial model. It's not commercially viable. So we teased ourselves into that and will be more than happy to go and support more initiatives. And that's why we are saying that if we get this money, we shall work with guys like Omir, who already have presence in the refugee centers, and we can be able to scale them to other places where we are operating, because we feel like they're doing a great job and providing quality inputs.
Yes, Jeremy?
Yeah, just one question on the loan and the credit line that you mentioned as a key area of expansion. I understand that it's built on the data that you acquire from farmers buying inputs, services, but it's a different ball game. So I would love to understand where you stand here, whether you've experimented with this model a bit, what type of repayment rate you are seeing, what is the average loan size, and so on.
Another great question. So we did a proof of concept in 2019 with Standard Bank to get models that actually work for farmers so that they have no collateral when they need money, and make sure that we provide that credit digitally by harvesting data. So the data which we get is historical data of how they performed previously. Then we look at the data based on the inputs or the agronomic practices they put, and we use that data to predict the harvest which they need, which can be presented into the market. So we have tested that. So when you look at the credit lines, it's an average of about 500,000 for them. But the way we do it, we don't give the money. We unlock the value that the money will give to them, which is the inputs, the extension services. In case I want to hire the tractor, then we're able to pay the service provider to deliver that. And more recently, we have added on insurance into our offering.
All right, I'll take one or two questions from the audience, and then we should be ready for lunch. Okay.
This must be yours.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. Just really quick, you mentioned about competition, but mainly how much you love it because the challenge is to be stronger. Can you, though, speak a little bit more about that and how you stand out from the rest? Thank you.
So there are about 3 to 4 competitors we have. One are the traditional input or agricultural service providers who have brick and mortar stores within their facility. Their outreach and growth is limited, and they do not provide the services on credit. Instead, we make them smart. So our approach is that we do not sell inputs. We go to the local input dealers, we digitize their operations, then allow the farmers to be able to order. The system will locate who is the nearest input dealer. That is the biggest thing. Most of the competitors we have themselves, they are coming to destroy this ecosystem, which you find the shops, those shops might be in the camps. So they come with their input, say from Kampala, and they come and destroy that ecosystem, which is not sustainable because those people must eat and they're going to fight whatever technology and platform. So we enable that ecosystem to happen, to take place. Then the other competitors we have, of course, they do not provide these services or the inputs on credit to the farmers with whom they are working with. Then the one which is very close to us, like I also indicated, for them they do actually deliveries and they do not do the end-to-end service into the lives of the farmers.
Great. Oh, okay.
Thank you so much for your presentation, and clearly you are very proud and you are driven, and you've done so much for Uganda already. One quick question I had to follow up to one of the judges, what they mentioned about the size of the loans. Could you speak to the interest rates that are being furnished for to these farmers, and then can you also talk about how long it takes for farmers to repay? And maybe if you have any information on if there's any default, what is the default rate for some of these loans that you're issuing? Thanks.
Yeah, sure. Again, thanks for the question because it's a good trigger. So I would say and proudly say that we are providing the lowest interest rate to the farmers of as low as 10% per annum, which is less than 1% to the farmers. The tenure is up to 6 months, which means that they can only pay after they have harvested. So we do not go and chase them around to be able to do that, and there is no need for collateral, and we partner with the cooperative. So sometimes we give some money to the cooperative itself, or we can directly channel it to the farmer. Then the third and last question, yes, the default or the repayment rate. So the default rate is less than 5%. And that is, we are talking about the effective default rate. And this usually comes in because of the environmental hazards and the likes. And that's why we introduced insurance, weather index, crop insurance, to ensure that we are able to cushion against that risk. So that even if the farmer actually makes a loss, we are able to do what? To compensate them. So it's now becoming mandatory, almost, for every farmer, whenever they're making a bundle, we also include insurance so that they are fully secure and they don't lose out. Thank you.
All right. Any other question from the audience before we can move on?
Extreme.
None?
Extreme brag.
Oh, there's one at the back. All right. I need to take the microphone for you. Okay. Microphone will be coming to you shortly.
Okay, thank you, Carol Banker, for that great initiative. My interest was in the ending. Somewhere you talked about that you've come to transform lives, but then my interest is on saving the environment. Can you don't just say that maybe you're saving the environment. I want you to explain how you're going to conserve the environment. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. I think I'll answer that in two ways. One, when people don't have food, when they don't have enough money, if they are impoverished, they put pressure on land. One of my colleagues earlier on said, people assume that if you are not producing enough, you should go and destroy more trees and come and clear the land instead of improving on the productivity of that farm that you're looking at. But we've seen an evidence that most trees are being cut as alternatives for people or the farmers to be able to burn charcoal to get the money which they need. But that is not the most dangerous. The most dangerous one is the fact that the farmers who do not know about expiry of any of the inputs or the fertilizers, they actually go and buy them. And the input dealers do not want to actually destroy or take away. Even the ministry does not have a return policy. In case something is expired, they are not taken away. It ends up into the soil. It also goes into the water, which harms not only the environment, but it comes back to us. So how do we then do that? Again, I said, when we provide the system, there are two things we do to the input dealers. One, we let them know what is really demanded so that they can stock what is on demand instead of them stocking what is going to stay in their shelves and it's going to stay there forever. Then one day, if someone wants that, they can dupe someone into using that, which is disastrous to Uganda, Africa, and to the whole world. Thank you.
All right, I hope that answers your question. All right, Judge David has a question.
Thanks for your presentation and work that you're doing. It's commendable, but I just want to understand where you think this is going, because you are raising 500,000, you have 150,000 farmers, their average loan is $142, that's $21 million. You're running 6-month cycles of working capital with the farmers. You clearly have to hold one side of the equation, whether in funding or profitability, to hold the other side. You might end up selling the business, or you'll definitely need to fundraise a bit more. Now, I just want to know where you're going with this.
Okay. So I think before I can look at the exit, and that's again a great question, you notice that the absorption capacity of the agricultural loans, which is seated in the banks, is extremely low. So what we are doing is we are interesting. We don't have our own fund. We tried that 4 years ago. We had our own fund, and that's exactly what happens. You either focus on giving loans, which is a pain, or you focus on providing the facilitation. So what we are doing is, in our target or our forecast, we are targeting putting about 5 financial service providers, because we create competition, which will lower the interest rate, but we make it easy. So right now, we have 2 financial service providers who plug in to provide the digital fund, which we are churning out into these institutions. Then if you have some people or networks who have money and they want to push it to agriculture, then please, we're happy to speak with you, and that's one of the support that we need, and we have the expertise to make sure that that money goes to the right people.
All right, someone's alarm just went off. Thank you for that. Well, thank you so much, Team Akelo Banka. You may take your seats. A round of applause for Team Akelo Banka. And if somebody has any questions for them and maybe you need some more responses, please, you can have a conversation with them privately so that you can receive those answers. I would love to receive a signal from Richard if we are ready or if we should continue. All right. So it's my understanding that the team at Serena is not yet ready. So how about we squeeze in one more team? Is that okay? All right. Ladies and gentlemen, our next team, Team Imata. Please make your way here. Round of applause.
Welcome, Imata. They drive farmer prosperity by enabling agricultural financing.
We are winning this because we are providing a solution for the $240 billion agri-financing need in Africa by providing affordable digital loans to smallholder farmers, transforming their farms and lives. Good afternoon. According to banks' traditional credit scoring processes, she has no security or willing guarantors they can use to offer her the financing she needs. She represents 80% of Uganda's working population that work in agriculture today. IMATA is changing this by providing affordable digital financial products to farmers across East Africa. Africa has a $240 billion financing opportunity. Even though this shows the great potential that Africa has, little financing goes to smallholder farmers. In East Africa alone, less than 3% of smallholder farmers have access to financing. Our solution is changing this by combining machine learning, partnerships with agricultural middlemen like cooperatives, aggregators, and apex bodies, and a fully digitized lending process to provide digital loans to farmers. We do this in 3 easy steps. First, we get data. We do this by digitizing agricultural cooperatives and aggregators. Then, we use alternative credit scoring to create credit limits for farmers. And these credit limits are tailored to each farmer. And finally, we provide digital loans. Our business model is a B2B2C model, where we digitize our partners' operations, making it easy for them to track their performance and ease their operations free of charge. In return, we use the data that they give us to provide digital loans to farmers, and this is how we make our revenues. Our loans allow our farmers to make critical investments in both inputs, irrigation, and improve their lives and farms. We have seen through our data that our farmers that have taken loans have increased their productivity to up to 70%. We know that IMATA is on track because the financing that we give farmers allows them to make the investments that they need to make changes in their livelihood. And in turn, we are positioned to make an impact both in East Africa and in Africa to turn Africa from a food importer to a food exporter. Today, we are working with 7,500 farmers, both in dairy and crops. We started out in dairy and started lending last year in March. Currently, we are lending to 700 farmers and are growing fast. We're expanding to other value chains as we speak, and early this year, we started giving out loans to maize and oilseed farmers. We decided to prioritize growing in other value chains over expanding to other countries. This allows us to be active in 4 of the major agricultural verticals in East Africa. Our goal and strategic vision has 3 pillars. First, we want to deepen our reach in financial services, including saving products. Third, we want to use the data that we've collected from our partners to give agricultural advice to farmers. And third, we want to use the partnerships that we have with our government partners to extend digital subsidies. Africa has a $240 billion financing need. This is from a research by Dalberg. While this is true, in East Africa alone, the revenues are up to $20 billion, and in Uganda, we can serve up to $250 million worth of loan volume. Unlike our agro-tech competitors, we are positioned to scale because we use our partners. Our partners use our products every single day. We use alternative credit scoring to jump hurdles and biases like gender. And finally, we have a lock-in effect because through our partners, they use our product to run their daily operations, and in return, we use their data and use them to give us repayments. Our repayments are up to 95%. Our ask is simply that your funding and your networks will help us reach all these farmers. We need 250,000 for our goal in expansion to other value chains. However, 50,000 of your funding will help us reach farmers in northern Uganda and gain the correct team that will help us with these rollout activities. Our team is a combination of international and local expertise. This positioned us to build a product that is relevant for the local market while leveraging international knowledge. We will succeed for 3 reasons. First, we have access to a $240 billion market opportunity. Our lending model works, and we are positioned to scale. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Team Imata. Let's take some questions. Our judges. Yes, Jim. All right, Abel.
Thank you very much, Team Imata. Just 2 questions. 1, how different are you from the existing platforms that offer agricultural finance? 2, how is your balance sheet? You didn't show it here. I guess you're making some money. Thank you.
Thank you. First, we are different for 3 reasons. Number 1, we're using partnerships to scale. This significantly lowers our operational costs because we digitize everything and we use our partners to reach our farmers. Second is that by creating an alternative credit score, our limits are tailored to a farmer. Combining that with the partnership model allows us to receive our repayments with such an accuracy like 95%. And third, we have a lock-in effect because our partners use our product every day. And then for our balance sheet, today we have lent out to over 700 farmers. And these farmers, we have already received repayments of up to $65,000. This allows us to show that we are actually growing. Secondly, I want to mention that of that, our default rate is less than 2%. Of the 65,000, only 225 has been defaulted or written off.
All right. Yes, Jamie.
Sorry, I wanted to go in the same direction. So maybe just to push a bit deeper, what is going to be your average commission that you're going to take per loan? I assume you're also looking at 6 months repayment terms.
Yes. Our loans for dairy go for up to 6 months. We plan to increase this with the increased data we get. And the loans are charged up with a 3% interest rate a month. of the 3%, we make only $50 of the average loan size, which is $360. So it's not that much. And this percentage is bound to actually reduce as we keep scaling and increasing our loan, the length of the period of our loans. So how do we make profit? It's really in volumes. Serving more farmers is how we make more profit.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? David smiled when when Abel asked his question. I have a feeling he asked your question. Sorry, they stole your question. All right, we'll take 1 or 2 questions from the audience and then, all right. Could someone take the mic to this gentleman, please?
Hello. Thank you, Marta, for your presentation. I understand your significant work goes into data, machine learning, and data analytics. So I'm just wondering, in your team, what kind of expertise you have to handle such kind of data and data analytics, kind of these things. Thank you.
Right, I'll allow my teammate to answer that.
Yes, thank you very much. So our chief data science officer is based in the Netherlands. He has over 10 years of experience in this field, and he helped us set up a team here in Uganda, which includes 2 data engineers and a data scientist. In Uganda, where we're based, we have a development team that is involved in setting up these solutions that help us to do end-to-end digital processes for the entire loan process. So we have about 5 developers and a team of 3 product managers. Thank you.
Apologies for that. Any other question? The gentleman next has a question.
Thank you. Thank you again for your presentation. I wonder what type of loan insurance do you have?
Has 2 phases. We give out cash loans, especially for dairy, but for crops, it's mostly input loans. And our partners bundle this with crop insurance, and also the charge is actually able to also insure the loan itself. We are already in talks with AIC currently, so that we can extend this product directly to the farmers that we work with as well.
I hope that answers your question. All right, round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Team Imata. Thank you so much. You may take your seats. All right, I have been informed that our lunch is ready. So we are going to take an hour or an hour and a half break. An hour and a half break for us to grab some lunch. I'd love to encourage us to network, have a conversation with someone new, meet new people, and just see how different their life is, how different their kind of work is. Who knows? You may walk out of here with a new friend. But maybe for us to manage our expectations, I would love for us to know that we're each going to receive a coupon from the ushers at the entrance. And that coupon will be received by the assistant called Rachel. She's the Serena assistant that's going to be supporting us. She's called Rachel. She'll be standing where we're going to be serving from. If you remember carefully where we walked in from, when you come up the stairs, there was a big, gigantic lounge area that's already set up. That is where we're going to be having our lunch from. And the supporting person here that's going to be helping us is Vivian Solomé. Vivian, if you'd raise your hand and wave a bit. Vivian over there, the fantastic lady in a black outfit, will be supporting us on this venture. So maybe just for us to have some bit of order, I'll have our judges go first. And then therein we'll be having the USAID team that will go next. The World Food Program team will go next. And then we'll have the rest of us follow after that. Is that okay? Awesome. So our judges, please, if you would make your way to the back. Vivian over there is ready to support you. Oh, great. Great is a good one. I love the chapati. How was lunch? Nice. Did you guys have lunch? How was it? It was great. I like it too. It was. I agree. All right. I hope we've all enjoyed our lunch. Unfortunately, there won't be any second. One more before lunch. So now we'll be having only two at the end. And that will be smart foods and vertical micro gardening. Those are the only two that we have. Therein, we'll be having our judges deliberating and tallying their votes for which team would have won. Wow, that happened. Apologies for that. We'll get someone to fix it. And then after that, we'll be having some remarks from the WFP country director. And then we will hear who would have won. Okay? So I'd love to know if the next team is ready. Is it? Okay, I've been cued. So maybe just for us, we would love to highlight one thing. One of our judges, Judge Jeremy, will not be able to join us for the last half of these presentations. He had a medical emergency, so he will be replaced by Judge James, this fantastic gentleman here who is a farmer. I hope he's objective. And I hope that, he's currently being allowed to ease into the role, and then we'll get started. While that's happening, I'd love to encourage Team Smart Foods to prepare themselves as well. Not forgetting that we have 7 minutes for our presentation, 3 minutes for our Q&A, and an extra 3 to allow for some wiggle room. And wiggle room, that's in terms of questions from both our audience and from our judges as well. Okay. I hope I'm not leaving out anything. And if I am, not to worry. I'm the host for the day. I will come back and tell you. What else do you want to hear? Anything you want to hear? We have 3 minutes. I am happy to tell you anything. Nothing? Wow, guys are satisfied from lunch. Oh, you want to know something, okay.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, it's going to be the worst question. No, I actually was wondering if you guys can talk a little bit more about the prep and activities that the teams went through or were working on.
That's a good one, and I think Stacy is the most amazing person to answer this question. Stacy, do you want to answer the question? On the microphone, Stacy.
Okay, your question is what activities were the teams working on as part of the training? Yeah, so, no worries. So the team went through a 2-day boot camp. It was pretty tight, really intense for everyone, but I hope very beneficial. And this boot camp, on the first day, they were really going through a lot of their business model canvas, their value proposition, so really trying to understand all of those issues, their segmentation. The second day was, it was a lot of workshops and really like developing a lot of that. Many of the entrepreneurs, of course, are running businesses, but they just hadn't had a canvas to go through, to put it together. And the second day was focused a lot on getting that information in one space and starting their pitch practice. And that happened, 2 weeks ago, last week actually. And they've been doing that for the last few days. So yeah, I hope that answers your question. Okay.
Thank you, Stacey. All right, we'll go ahead to start. Looks like Team Smart Foods is ready. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our second last team to present.
Welcome, Smart Foods. They improve the daily breakfast, lunch, dinner meals through a high-protein seasoning powder and fortified tri-sauce.
Smart Foods processes soya products. They are nutritious, affordable, and they enhance the quality of your life. Slides. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Martin Sally. I am a food scientist and the CEO and founder of Smart Foods Limited. With me, Mrs. Sally Margaret, who is a co-director and champions the work which we do with our women. Smart Foods does process soybean products so as to enhance the quality of life of Ugandans. Over the last 10 years, I got an opportunity of being able to work with women farmers across the country, training them and empowering them on how they can be able to use soybean to improve the diversity of the meals that they have and also sources so as to ensure that we are able to fight malnutrition. And I had first-time interaction with the pain that they go through and also the fact that many households go with almost no protein for days and weeks. And this problem of malnutrition is huge in the country because over 2.4 million children are still malnourished. 50% of children under 5 years and a quarter of women of childbearing age are anemic. And this costs the country over 1.8 trillion Uganda shillings. And the key cause of this is the limited diversity and access to quality protein foods, the low incomes which people have, hence very poor coping strategies, the poor dietary practices in homes, and the fact that we majorly consume a lot of bulk foods such as posho with almost no protein at all. Hence the need to transform the food systems and malnutrition in Uganda through the use of value-added soy products. So over the last 3 years, at Smart Foods, we worked on our Ignite innovations. We have two typical innovations. The first innovation is a blend of groundnuts, soybean, and mukene silverfish. So the beauty of the tri-sauce blend is that we have been able to design a product that is as equal to fish, chicken, or even eggs in terms of quality protein. The product is a sauce. It comes in a 1 kilo pack right now, and then its cost is just half compared to any animal-based product out there. We have done work with Living Goods and different hospitals to test the product and to see the feedback which people have, and the feedback is amazing about the product, most especially targeting pregnant women, those who are lactating, and children under 5 years. Our key request from the market is to better package the product and to make smaller packets of 250 grams, which are easy for the consumer to be able to buy and to access easily. And just 50 grams of this a single day is enough for a child under 5 years to provide the actual protein they need in a single day. And this is a key solution which we are proposing tonight. Our second solution is the soy mochuzi mix. The soy mochuzi mix was developed as a result of work with the communities, as we encourage communities to be able to use soybean powder in their meals every single day. One key issue always came up that, Mr. Sally, please add some seasoning to the soya so that our sauces do not turn white. So the feedback which we got from the consumer helped us to develop a seasoning blend, which is now 95% instant soybean powder, and then we add 5% of seasoning to it. This product can be added to any single meal, at any point in time, whether it's a sauce or anything, and it works just like the traditional muchuzi mixes, and it adds protein every single day in every single meal. This is a product that when you're issuing out relief food, be it beans or posho, this makes the meal taste better, but again, not just tasting better, it delivers protein every single day at the lowest cost. The feedback from the market we have, please make it into smaller pouches. Right now, this goes for 2,000 shillings, but we need to break it down to 30 grams, which can go for 500 shillings for our vulnerable consumer to be able to access it. So these products belong into, we fall into a global health and wellness market, which is worth 733 billion shillings. And the Ugandan market value is 478 million US dollars, and we are still serving only less than 0.1%. In terms of competition, several people do sell groundnuts, they do sell silverfish, they do sell soybean. However, handling, consumption genus alone does not solve the issue of malnutrition. Consumption of soybean alone, it doesn't work on its own. We need to have the blend, and that's what we have been able to do and package into this product. Secondly, everyone does a lot of seasonings. You'll find tayari, haba, harambe, so many of them. However, none of them is a vehicle for delivering nutrition to the communities. And this is what we have done, because this product is 95% soybean protein and 55% protein per 100 grams. And this, no other product in terms of powders meets this kind of quality. And the products are also UNBS certified. So our sales channels are sixfold. We distribute to supermarkets. We also work through village health teams, which are able to reach to the last mile. And this is one of the cheapest ways of taking the product down to the people. We serve online customers, vendors, we serve some schools, and also restaurants use a lot of the soy muchuzi mix already. So in terms of unit economics, we're looking at being able to break down the pack to at least 250 grams. And when you break it down to that level, we make a gross margin of 30%. And the small 33-gram sachet, which we want to do, will give us a gross margin of 48%. So Smart Foods is not new in the game of commercializing innovations. We have done this over the last 8 years. On the market, we are selling a coconut and soy milk-based yogurt, of which this has a patent already. And then we have tofu, a meat alternative, and soy sausages, giving us 30 million shillings every single month, and the products are in 56 outlets already. So what we want to do, we want to be able to train more refugee farmers and train them on how to utilize soybean in their own homes, so as to improve the nutrition at that level, and then reduce wasting, grow our farmer network, and increase our direct employees to at least 1,500 by the end of 2 years. So our ask is for $50,000. What do we want to do with it? This $50,000, we want to, first of all, invest in the communities through direct training and improving their nutrition statuses. 21% will go to raw materials procurement, that's for soybean, groundnuts, and the mukene at the lowest cost, so that we can be able to provide the product to the market at the very right price. 41% will go to improve branding and packaging of these products, because we need to bring it down and make it easy to access. And then also being able to have packaging machines for the products and equipment. We need to have a huller, we need to have a roaster, we need to have a milling unit and a packaging system for these two products. And 25% will go to marketing operations. Yeah, thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Martin. Round of applause. Thank you so much, Martin. You didn't have a minute to spare, unfortunately, but I do hope that you had put your point across. Yeah. Great. We'll go ahead to take some questions. We'll start with our judges. Looks like our judges are marinating on the presentation. Yes, Patience.
Thank you so much, Smart Foods. I'm just wondering, what volume of soybean do you consume annually? Just roughly, yes.
On average, we do about 30 to 40 tons right now. About 40 tons right now.
How do you link with your suppliers?
So we work with a specific farmer group right now in Kaliro, a women farmer group called AWOPA. That's where we get most of our soybean from. That is around 80%. Then 20% when they cannot give us the right variety, because the processes or the products are very variety specific. So when we cannot get it from them, then we access it through traders. but 80% is from our women farmers. Yeah.
Yes, Abel.
Thank you very much, Smart Foods. When I look at your products, they are kind of tailored to an up-end market. Yet we know that malnutrition is rampant among the low-income earners who might not afford such a product. So what plans do you have to roll out the product to the low-income earners? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Abel, for that question. That's the number one reason actually why we're here, because we want to deliver this to the masses, but the masses can only want to buy a product worth 500 shillings, 300 shillings. So the idea which we have is that we need to take that pack and be able to repackage it into small sachets of 20 and 30 grams. And these are easy to be able to give even to distributors, to hawk. Already we have people who are hawking this and selling it to the vulnerable groups. But then the challenge is that package reacts with UV light. So when UV light just goes through it, the product color changes. So we need to have a better packaging and improve also, make it smaller to ease access to the vulnerable people. Thank you.
Yes, Judge David.
Thanks. How will packaging affect your cost of production, and what are your revenues today?
Great question. The packaging which we're looking at is going to be a metallized pack. So that metallized pack, if you're able to produce it in bulk, for instance, 500 kilograms, the unit cost per pack goes down extremely low. To our estimate is about 60 shillings per pack of 250 grams, which we shall be able to pack. So that will be our cost for the packaging material for the small pieces which we want to do of 250 grams. And then in terms of traction, right now we're making an average of 30 million shillings across all our product ranges. And over the years we have been growing at, and this year total revenue is $96,000 so far of what we have made so far in the last 1 year.
96 who have been your customers?
Sorry?
Who are your customers?
So our customers, like I mentioned already, we sell products. We sell products through the supermarket chains. We are selling to schools. We are selling directly to we are selling directly to homes, whereby people make calls. Martin, please send me Tuesday mix. Please send me yogurt. We are selling directly to them. We are selling through the VHTs who have been able to test the product and appreciate it. However, the feedback is improve the packaging. And then we also have restaurants which are already buying it in Kampala mainly.
All right, we'll go ahead to take 1 or 2 questions from our audience, and then, we have some hands raised over there. Stacy, microphone.
Thank you for the interesting presentation.
Thank you.
Just a quick question on, you use groundnuts in your products, and I'm wondering in terms of quality control, especially when it comes to issues like aflatoxin, what are your measures in place and what do you plan as part of your expansion?
Thank you for that question. Aflatoxin is a big thing which affects us in Uganda. And the number one thing is you begin controlling them right from the farmer point. And this requires capacity building and training of the farmers on the post-harvest handling. So the grains actually, we don't want the grain to leave the farmer point to us before the head of the team has been able to pass it. So, and then when it arrives at our facility, we look at the moisture content, and then we look at the grain physical evidencing to see either there is no single level of mold, because that's the number one suspicion that this product will actually have aflatoxins in it. Yeah. Thank you.
Yes, please.
Thank you for the presentation. I have 2 quick questions. What is your strength in terms of innovation? Is it the product formula or it's your business model? And the second, can somebody copy your the product formula like big company and then can start selling that? So
Thank you very much for that brilliant question. Now, number one, I am a food scientist, okay? And Like I already mentioned, we have invested 3 years of research into this, and all other products, we even have patents for them, like the coconut yogurt, we have a patent for it. Now, for these 2 products also, we have applied to URSB for approval of second-class patents for them. So even if you go in there, you saw this presentation, and you go in and register the same, they would reject it because we have already submitted an application to protect the process and the product innovations which we have worked on here. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions? All right, we'll go ahead to move on. Thank you so much, Team Smart Foods. A round of applause for this fantastic team. Thank you so much. All the best, all the best. Well, within our time, it's just 30 minutes after 2 p.m. So I'll go ahead to invite our final team, Vertical Micro Gardening. Vertical Micro Gardening.
Welcome, Vertical and Micro Gardening. They offer vertical farms to urban households, women vendor groups, and refugee settlements.
Our vertical farms enable people in very small spaces to grow a lot of food in a very organic manner. We start? Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Paul Matovu, and my colleague is Joanita Najuko. For the past couple of days, the Daily Monitor has been publishing reports about the worrying state of food security in the Karamoja region. Reports indicate that more than 50% of the population in Karamoja are going to bed without food. This is worrying to me as a person, because for about 5 years, I was a victim of hunger and starvation. And this is why I started this company, Vertical and Micro Gardening, also abbreviated as VMG. The mission and vision of VMG are driven by statistics. A recent report by the World Food Programme revealed that 30 million people in East Africa are facing severe food insecurity. And this is a huge problem. So our solution to this problem, ladies and gentlemen, is the vertical farm, the one you can see on the screen. It's basically vertically stackable trays of soil. With experience, user feedback, and third-party reports, it has been revealed that the vertical farm can help address malnutrition challenges, dietary diversity issues, and address food aid distribution issues, and also enhance the income of the users. But how does the vertical farm really work? As you can see in the picture, that's half the height of the vertical farm. It's trays of soil that are stacked together, so we are promoting the growing of crops going upwards. It sits in 1 square meter, and in that space alone, a farmer can plant up to 200 crops and earn a minimum of 1.2 million Ugandan shillings in 1 year at least. It's a very environmentally friendly product because it has a composting chamber which converts biodegradable waste into worm castings. Worm castings are reapplied as a fertilizer to the crops. So in terms of the market, since inception, we have been focusing more on the greater Kampala market, which is valued at about 48 million. However, we have realized that there is greater need in humanitarian settings and other places like Karamoja, as I mentioned. We understand that Uganda alone, for instance, hosts about 1.5 million refugees. And these refugees spend about 95% of their income on food alone. And we are here to address this problem. So for the past couple of years, we've been working, rather for the past couple of months, we've been working with Response Innovation Lab and Save the Children to come up with a solution that's low cost, affordable, but also made out of locally available materials. And this is our business model. Basically, like I mentioned earlier, we have been selling to the urban market, Kampala market, especially the middle income. And for low income communities, we have primarily been working with the refugee settlements, rather with the NGOs. And now we want to stretch out more to the refugee settlements, and we need partnerships with NGOs. But a single vertical farm goes for $110 US, and this is something we shall discuss later.
In terms of impact, of course, we mentioned earlier, quick access to food, addressing malnutrition issues. But one of the important metrics is dietary consumption score, and these are some of the things we track, amount of crops planted per unit and the change in expenditure of our users. So in terms of traction, for us, the biggest achievement to date has been, we have been able to distribute vertical farms to over 2,000 users. And we are in early stages of developing a mobile application and integrating IoT into the vertical farm so that we can monitor crop health and offer better advice to the users. So competition, we don't have direct competitors, but we understand that there are other substitute products, including sack gardens, which is the closest substitute, hydroponics and aquaponics. And we rank better on, in very many ways, but our biggest weakness is the initial cost, especially for low-income communities. For the middle income, no problem. Low income, big problem. And that's why we're working with the Response Innovation Lab to come up with a model that's more affordable. And this is exactly the reason why we're here, because we want to scale our pilot in Chaka and Rhino refugee settlements. So it's not just the funding that we need. Of course, we need the funding to scale our interventions and product offerings in the refugee settlements and other humanitarian settings. However, we're also very interested in the networks, the technical support, and the guidance, the rich advisory services that we can get from World Food Program and other partners. Because we are new in the humanitarian sector, communities like Karamoja, we haven't been there, but we want to really create big impact. And that's why we need to be selected for this. This is our team. You can see myself. I'm a villager, you can see. Our team is multidisciplinary. We have nutritionists. John here is an agriculture extensionist. We have horticulturalists. My colleagues, Amira and Simran, graduates from Oxford University with vast experience in international development and project management. Just a bit more to talk about our ongoing proof of concept for low-income communities. We are designing a new model for the vertical farm. We have very many other models, over 30 models in the pipeline, but we want to roll out a model that can work for low-income communities. We believe that if it works in the refugee communities, it's going to work for Karamoja, and we are in early talks with Mexico, for instance, to develop a program for Karamoja. So we need this support to really develop a model that works for low-income communities. Thank you very much. We believe that with your support, not only the funding and World Food Program, but everyone in the room, we can address food insecurity issues in this country and across the region. Thank you very much.
So the bell rang by mistake. Please don't mind it.
Can we correct the mistake?
Yes, the bell.
No, I think it's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, I don't know why the table was shaking, but yeah, you had a whole minute to spare. Well done, team. We'll go ahead to take some questions and conclude. Some questions from our judges. You need some time to munch? Yes, Abel.
Thank you very much, team. Two simple questions. If I got you clearly, you said a unit now goes for 110 USD, right? Yeah, so in case you get the funding, how much will it cost? The second question, in the picture indicated that that was soybean.
Sorry?
The unit you displayed in the picture, in your presentation, was it soybeans?
No, it wasn't.
So which vegetables do you grow in your vertical garden?
Okay.
Just tell me, then I put the other question.
So, yeah, would you like to answer that?
Yeah, we mainly do vegetables that are not deep-rooted, things like skuma wiki, things like tomatoes, spinach, and things in that category.
Okay.
Not deep-rooted crops.
That's enough.
Just to add a slight more, so not only horticultural crops, but potatoes, taro root, or yams, these are things that you can also plant on the vertical farm.
Okay, so hope you haven't made life a little bit more difficult for you. Let's go for the potatoes. In that unit, one single unit, if I plant potatoes, how much do I harvest? Thank you.
Yeah, that's one thing we are testing with the Response Innovation Lab. We want to test out with the orange sweetened potatoes for nutritional purposes. So we're just piloting with the potatoes.
If we go to the vegetables that you've been producing, how much do I get? if I plant in that vertical garden?
In terms of quantity of the produce, or in terms of the money that you get?
No, let's go into quantities. I'm also a typical farmer.
Yeah, typical
or
farmer.
a consumer. I want to know how much, I mean, like how many kilograms do I get from a unit vertical garden?
So it really depends on the type of vegetables you plant. We have one hotel that we are working with, and they have 25 vertical farms. They planted, did they plant celery and coriander? And at least every 2-3 months, they were harvesting about 50 kilograms from all of them. So it really depends on the crop. If you're planting tomatoes, for instance, it's going to be a different story. If you're planting cabbages, but also the spacing changes based on what you're planting.
But I thought you have done some experiments and you have empirical data.
Yes, we do.
Yeah, so I want you to talk from your data, not talk from the people that you're supporting. Because if we are going to fund this project, we want empirical evidence that the vertical gardens actually do work.
So for instance, for tomatoes, we planted, when we were piloting, we did Nadia, and for 8 months, it was about 60 kilograms for tomatoes from one vertical farm.
Okay, first question.
The first question was about the cost. Yeah, we want to bring this to more than half the cost. We know that it's going to take some time to really reduce the cost, but at least we want to make it more than half.
Yeah, you see, Mr. Matovu, if I got your name right, I'm a scientist, and I want to look at figures. If you say more than a half, is it 45? Is it 40? Is it 10? Is it 5? So I'm kind of, I need real data.
Okay, yeah, the vertical farm, the new model will go for less than 200,000. We haven't done the...
Don't want less, greater, below.
Okay, let's say 200.
Okay.
But we can't confirm that before we finish the pilot.
Okay. So he can neither confirm nor deny that it will be 200,000.
Thank you.
Yeah. Any more questions? Yes, James.
Thanks a lot, Bwana Matuvu. Good innovations, if we could say that. I was wondering, who is your target market? Looking at the aspects of vulnerabilities we are considering, even at 200. So I want to hear, is it the NGOs which are the markets? Is it the direct producers who are the market?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think for now it's the NGOs that are going to be the market. But the end goal is we want a product that can be afforded. Can I say afforded? Yeah, that's affordable to the refugees themselves. And we want to also, even if a product is 50,000 or 100,000, normally a refugee is not going to manage to pay for it up front. So we want to test out a financing model, for instance, and we see how can that work. Can we use a sharecrop methodology where they pay not in form of cash, but can they pay in form of produce? And we're working with some other partners already to do bulking of their produce so that we have, we aggregate all their produce, we can sell to one customer, and then we can share the returns from their produce.
All right, so we'll take some questions from the audience, 1 or 2, and then, yes, please.
Thank you for the presentation. Just for those of us who do not manage the local prices of the kg for potatoes or tomatoes, what is the average return of investment then? Just elaborating on his question for the unit.
Sorry, can you ask that one more time? I didn't get it.
So per unit, what is the average return of investment, whether it is that they're going to cost 200,000 or somewhere around there?
Do you get the question?
The average return of investment
return on investment per unit. Yeah, it's $350. Sorry, I had a hard time getting the question.
Wow, it's nice. It's nice that you consulted. Yes, please.
Thank you for the presentation. It's an interesting development in terms of how you grow the food. I'm just wondering, at the lower cost, you have the sack bags, which refugee using for growing some kitchen garden activities. And at the higher end, you have a hydroponic. So why would somebody buy this product if he is not able to afford, he will go for the sack bags and he will grow the vegetables. And if he can afford, he can always look for the hydroponics. So what is the value proposition of this product between these existing products?
If you compare the vertical farm to, for instance, hydroponics, the cost, the maintenance cost and upfront cost per unit, if you're setting up a hydroponic system, is going to, to be up there. Ours is $110 US, and we guarantee that you make at least 1.2 million minimum in 1 year. So comparing this to the sack garden, the product is inspired by the sack garden. We used to promote sack gardens, and we know the challenges. They tear down very fast. This product lasts for more than 5 years. I'm a wood scientist myself, so I can tell this lasts for a longer time. And also, it's scalable. You can actually make it as high as possible. So in terms of why would you opt for ours and not the sack garden or the hydroponic system, the return on investment, first of all, but also for those who are interested in the environmental aspect, it gives you the opportunity to convert your biodegradable waste into worm castings, which we harvest, and you can reapply as a fertilizer in either liquid form as worm tea or in solid form as worm powder or worm castings.
Really, really, all I can say is wow. Like, wow, Serena, 5-star. This fantastic 5-star hotel gets blacks out. Wow. Wow. Okay. Sorry, what was the question? Was there a question?
I need to know if I answered his question correctly.
I hope they've answered your question, because the answer went with the blackout. All right, thank you so much, Team Vertical and Micro Gardening. Please, you can take your seats. A round of applause. Thank you very much. And also thank you, Serena, for that icebreaker. Quite cheerful. All right, we're going to go ahead to, thank you. All right, so there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. 11 fantastic entrepreneurs, 11 fantastic ideas. Yeah, 11 fantastic presentations. 11 people had a chance to stand on the stage and vie for a chance to win $50,000 and a chance to work with the World Food Program to create sustainable solutions for our food security problem. So now is the time for our judges to earn their seats. It's time for our judges to deliberate on all they've heard from the time we started up to the last person that has presented. I'm going to request our judges to please stand up. And a lady called Perez from Outbox is going to be guiding you to a room where you will be deliberating on your results. We don't want you to be here looking at the honey and then you say, but this honey, this honey was actually nice. All the popsicles that are no longer in existence. We just don't want you to have any bias. So just carry your laptops with you. The lady over there in a black and golden dress is going to guide you to a room where you'll deliberate for at least 5 to 7 minutes, and then we'll be expecting you back. Entrepreneurs, you better be clapping, because they're going they're going to be passing in this corridor, so you better be clapping when they are walking out, Hopefully they remember you. I can't forget the gentleman with the bow tie. But not that I'm saying anything, just saying that the gentleman in a bow tie was really smart. All right. All right, so while our wonderful judges go ahead to deliberate, I'd encourage us to chit-chat a little bit about how we felt, because we genuinely do want to hear from you as well. You are in this room because your decision actually matters. Your opinion matters as well. So maybe you could have a chat with your neighbor, find out which of the pictures actually stood out for you. We're going to pass around a couple of sticky notes just to hear your opinions concerning this. And we'll also allow the judges those 5 to 7 minutes. When we do come back, we'll be having different representation, sharing with us a couple of remarks, and we'll go ahead to declare our winner. DJ?
Africano en Puerto Rico. Alingi yo pesi yo motema nanga kotalanga pamba te mwana mwasi oyo pema nange koti boroko ya bolingo babanzo bandoto pasie bipia yakara kobelela yo azwani na matinda baniokola ngai mingi yo mpe lisusu soki osalinga boye nakozonga mboka na bosa na moso bolingo etikeloko te na memoire nanga nasalaka boye kokenela kozonga mboka oyo babotanga mpona memi ngambo yakolinga mopao yakolinga bibia Fais-nous oublier les couvre-feux, les maladies et tous les problèmes. Wow. Ça va aller, ça va aller. African dollar, les grands Sheila, les grands Mopao. Écoute Mopao et son ami. Suka bwaka misu ndenge mandala lezokata na nsima na yo ekozala fetiti mbala suka bwaka misu ndenge mandala lezokata na nsima ya yo ekozala liwana gymnastique nabomi mwinda na zipiti na moto divalio mesali rien uta sheri akende festival a bensomni nazobanga lobi nanga ezala bien pire qu'aujourd'hui je m'en tiens comment ne sais-tu pas que l'amour tue la peine de l'amour est plus que la prison Serge Youssou Sangwa benga ninga, tu bera nanga, epesi mposa kuninga.
gëmal sa bopp gëm li nga doon lu bare nga am lu bare nga mun waruloo noppee ni immense is your wealth immense how you dream banku loxo ki ma tàllal jéema def ni mbote defoon ba doon kuy bay waar moytu alal jóg ci ba mu jotee ragal du jam guy ñu mel ni Cheikh Anta jiite ñoo ñu mel ni Mam Bamba kete ñoo tende to lean again Africa dream again to win again Africa dream again
Stand up tall and walk with pride. Your blood is gold, your soul's divine. Our fathers are kings and our mothers queens, brothers and sisters of royalty. Stand up tall, know who you are. Your thoughts will nurture tomorrow's Africa. You see, Africa, dream again. I know. You see, we'll dream again. Africa,
much to say. When the silence got too loud for me to bear, you brought me love and taught me how to care. Oh, just to be loved by you, it's like having all my sweetest dreams coming true. You showed me something I've never seen
All right, all right. Thank you very much, DJ. Thank you very much, our fantastic audience, for being patient and for waiting on us. Our fantastic judges are back. I can't read anything on their faces. Hello, Abel. I'm fine. Did it go well? Pretty fast. No. Just wanted to see your face. Well, all right. As we allow the rest of our judges to make their way to their seats, like I had mentioned earlier, we just allowed our judges a couple minutes to deliberate on who they felt was the best, who were the best, actually, not was, who were the best. And then, of course, from them, we will establish the best of the best. So, ladies and gentlemen, for us to be able to catch up on time and for us to be able to evaluate, I will go ahead to welcome the Deputy Country Director, Marcus Pryor, to share with us a couple of words, and then we'll get into our wording ceremony. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon again, everyone. I feel like I should have a tablet. I'm definitely not the innovator in the room. Excuse me for the paper. I was reflecting yesterday when I was at the presentation of the budget to Parliament, something I'm sure many of you in the room would have been following very closely. I was thinking about today's event and what I would say. And I'm sure all of you know this, but if you ask me to go beyond the first verse of my national anthem, with apologies to Queen Elizabeth, I would have no clue what the other verses of the national anthem are. But the organizers were kind enough to put the words to the Ugandan national anthem up on the screen as it was sung. And we sang 3 verses, and I believe there are 3 verses. And I was very struck by the fact, and I looked this up again this morning just to make sure I was right, that the first 2 lines of the 3rd verse of the Ugandan national anthem say, "O Uganda, the land that feeds us by sun and fertile soil grown." And that's it. That's the Ignite Food Systems Challenge. And I feel that the Ignite seed has fallen on very fertile ground here today. It's clear that Uganda has the most amazing natural resource in the land that feeds us all. But it's also been interesting to hear how many of the pitches today reference the environment and making sure that we conserve that land and make sure it remains fit for providing that fertile soil from which we grow the food that we eat. But to capitalize on all of that needs inspiration and hard work. And that, I think, is what has impressed me most about today. It's just been fantastic to be here today and listen to all 11 of these pitches. And I don't want you to hear this just as the Deputy Country Director from the World Food Programme saying it was amazing. Personally, genuinely, you were all fantastic. And it wasn't just brilliant ideas. They were so fantastically presented with real panache and style, as if you'd been working the cameras for years before today. But I'm sure for many of you, it was the first time. So many congratulations. Now I can go back to my actual notes. You can, all of you, of course, be rightly proud of what you have done here today and in the lead up to today. And congratulations to all of you for already beating off a huge number of other contestants to get to this point. I hope you've learned as much from us as we have from you. I know you'll continue to be ambassadors of stronger and more inclusive food systems, speaking about climate shocks and the need for better disaster preparedness, continuing to innovate for the good of women and smallholder farmers, and working towards solutions to hunger and malnutrition and its debilitating effects. When we first met about 6 weeks ago in April to launch the Ignite Food Systems Challenge, Karamoja and Paul from VMG was talking very personally about Karamoja earlier. One of the poorest regions in Uganda with a poverty rate of 66% was heading into the lean season. The latest WFP, FAO, UNICEF and government assessment analyzing food insecurity and malnutrition levels in Karamoja tells us that the region is really in a very bad way. Almost 500,000 people facing crisis levels of food insecurity or worse, and thousands of children under 5, pregnant and breastfeeding women, and their young children in need of urgent treatment for malnutrition. Karamoja is just one example of the depth of our food systems challenges. Across the country, the after effects of COVID-19 continue to reverberate. This is now compounded by the impact of the Ukraine war, as we've already mentioned, on global food prices and by climate shocks that leave the poor and vulnerable even worse off than before. The innovations that you have presented today are a reminder that we all have a role to play in reaching the goal of zero hunger by 2030. I'd like to thank our supporters, the USAID Bureau for Humanitarian Affairs, the Danish Ministry of Foreign Affairs, for making the WFP Ignite Food Systems Challenge possible. I'd also like to thank our teams making this challenge happen. Outbox, the WFP team, the technical experts, and the mentors for dedicating their time to bringing out the best in our entrepreneurs. Finally, I'd like to thank our judges, whose decision we await with bated breath right now, for honoring our invitation and being here today. I know the seeds we have sown here will go a long way in strengthening food systems and to saving lives and changing lives. Finally, I just wanted to reflect again on those words we heard right at the very beginning, which I mentioned in the opening, that the future has a name and its name is hope. And really just to thank you, the entrepreneurs, for inspiring so much hope today. It's been a wonderfully positive and enriching experience, and whether you win or lose, you've done yourselves proud. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Marcus Pryor, for those fantastic, amazing words. And like he has said, whether you win or lose, you have made us proud, each and every one of these people in the room. Ladies and gentlemen, the results are in. Oh, now I know how people feel when they're reading results at like grand competitions, when they're like, da, 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 ladies and gentlemen, the results are in. And then we're just waiting for like a nice tiny envelope to pull out the results. Well, I don't have an envelope, but I do have the results here. But before we go ahead to read our results, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to welcome Judge David, who will speak on behalf of the judges and share with us a couple of insights into the criteria that they use to judge. And maybe he'll throw some hints here and there about who has won or not. Welcome, David.
Thank you. It's good evening, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the panel of esteemed judges today, and on my own behalf, I would like to first and foremost extend our sincere gratitude to USAID and the government of Denmark that have supported this event, together with WFP, that invited us here to be able to participate in what is a first-time event, I believe, in generating entrepreneurship ecosystems for innovation, serving the vulnerable in Uganda. We really thank you for the opportunity to be a part of this. And from our own experience today, we think that this has been an amazing opportunity for the entrepreneurs that have been here. To the entrepreneurs that made their presentations today, 11 out of 11, that was 100 out of 100 in terms of quality of depth and work. And I would like to, of course, extend gratitude to the people at Outbox, Richard Zulu, and the rest of your team who logistically put this in the background to make this happen. I think it was well selected out of over 200 ideas or presentations that you brought 11 to the panel of judges here, and you made our work very, very easy. Being the first out of many, and I was having just a side chat over lunch with Angela, and we were just talking about how we can expand this, how we can make it more sustainable, how we can make sure that Uganda continues to put at the forefront entrepreneurship, whether it be at the highest commercial scale or even whether it be at the depth of where we are trying to solve very critical solutions. It is important that we have great integrity as entrepreneurs. It's important that we continue to demonstrate our innovation. It's important that we be bold and brave, as we have been today. And it's important that as we try and attract capital to this country of ours, with all the numerous challenges that we face in attracting capital of low cost, that we try and be as accountable as possible for each and every resource that we are given, be it time, be it money, be it people that serve that ecosystem. That way, I believe that those who serve in higher echelons of capital and those who serve at the ground level of capital can build a balanced ecosystem of capital to continue to support enterprises that are starting out, going into growth phase, going into consolidation, and maybe one day listing the Uganda Securities Exchange, who knows. So with those words, let me invite back Master of Ceremonies, who will bring back our verdict as we have determined in consensus and with no reason to believe that we've made the best choices for today. Thank you.
Round of applause for Judge David. I hope as entrepreneurs you will walk away with a couple of things that he has mentioned, being people of integrity, being people that are innovators in spite of whatever decision comes from the deliberations today. So ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, it is time to read our results. 11 participants took part today. 11 businesses had the chance to share their groundbreaking innovations that they feel would make a huge difference in the food industry. And today, of those 11, 7 of them will have an opportunity to cash over 50,000 USD and a chance to work with the World Food Program. And 2 of them will just receive honorary mentions today. So our runners-up, our runners-up. Hey, I was about to ask, is that my heart or is that the sound? Because I wasn't sure. My heart is pounding. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our runners-up. Western Silk Road and Manyakavi Arua Corporation. Round of applause for our 2 runners-up. Well done, well done, well done. Thank you so much for giving it your best. And we applaud you for the hard work that you have done. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the 7 businesses that have won themselves a chance to work with the World Food Program and over 50,000 US dollars. Farm Rep Limited. I would suggest you stand up and make your way here. Farm Rep Limited. Akelo Banker. I see people breathing. We have Smart Foods Limited. All right. So I've been ably informed that the media team would love to take a couple of pictures with the winners. So we're going to do that on the stage. I'll start with Farm Rep Limited, and I would love to invite Perez from the Outbox team to come and give them their award. I would encourage the media team to please come forward and let us know where you would like the team to stand. Congratulations, ladies. It paid off to be the first to present, right? Please make your way to the stage.
When I was a little girl, my grandma told me that I could be just anything that I wanted to. When I was a little girl, my grandma told me that
Welcome, Perez. Welcome.
that I wanted to. She said that everything I work for, everything I wish for, everything I look for, it is right in front of me. Everything I work for, everything I wish for.
Congratulations. Congratulations to you, ladies. It did pay off for you to present fast, didn't it? Amazing. I would like to welcome Team Akelo Banka. Round of applause for Team Akelo Banka. Well done on your presentations. The confidence paid off. The tough questions were answered. And lo and behold, here you are. I would love to welcome Stacy from the World Food Program to hand over the cash prize to this team.
I was built to be the best, number one and nothing
Congratulations. Well done, well done. A round of applause for this fantastic team. All right, I'll go ahead to welcome Smart Foods Limited. Very welcome, Smart Food Limited. Congratulations on being one of the 7 that have won today's challenge. You stepped up to the task, and lo and behold, I would love to welcome Judge Patience. Be patient, the check is coming. The check is coming, don't worry. Judge Patience to hand over the award for Team Smart Foods. Congratulations. You're smiling. I can see you're smiling. Yeah. Amazing. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Our next team is Awelo Millers. Congratulations, Team Awelo. And to hand over the prize for Team Awelo, I would love to welcome Marcus to represent the World Food Program to hand over this check to Team Awelo. Oh, they both paid off. Wow, well done. Stand in the center. In the center. Congratulations. Round of applause, round of applause. Congratulations. A sigh of relief. All right, the next team is, you all guessed it, the people, the gentleman that answered and over-answered the question and answered beyond answering. You know yourself, so make your way to the stage. Team Omia Agri-Business Development. Round of applause. Congratulations. Your persistence has paid off. Indeed has paid off. I would love to welcome Judge Imi to hand over the prize to Team Omia. Congratulations. That is such an honest smile. I've never seen such an honest smile. Well done, well done. Congratulations. Round of applause for Team Omia. Awesome. Awesome. Congratulations, Team Omia. Our next team. Dun, dun, dun. Team Imata. Well done, Team Imata. You have won yourselves a chance to work with the United Nations World Food Program, technical support, and $50,000 US. Well done, well done. I would love to welcome Sarah from the World Food Program to hand over this award. Sarah, you're very welcome. Congratulations, Team Imata. Congratulations. I almost feel like photobombing these pictures. Just that one. Anyway. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And last but not least, ladies and gentlemen, one more team, one final team to make the 7. Will it be Crystal Ice or will it be Crisco Uganda Limited? Well, round of applause for Crisco Uganda Limited. Well done, Team Lavado. Well done, well done. Congratulations. You just won yourselves a chance to work again with the United Nations World Food Program and $50,000 US. Wow, you're about to kneel down and just do the type thing. Well, you're welcome on the stage. Congratulations, and I would love to welcome Richard Zulu, the co-founder and team leader at Outbox, to hand over this prize to this team. Aww. Team hug, team hug. Aww. Congratulations. Congratulations. Well done, well done. And a huge congratulations to all the teams that have participated today. I would definitely love to make an honorary mention of Crystal Ice and Vertical Micro Academy. Thank you so much, the both of you, for giving it your best. And like Marcus said, whether you win or lose today, you're all winners because you gave it your best. You presented ideas here today that probably nobody out there knows about. And please keep your ears on the ground. Who knows? There may be a loose 50,000 that Marcus may extend. Marcus may just feel generous and just say, oh, well, who knows? I really like the ice popsicles. But yes, so a huge thank you to each and every one of you. Well done, well done, well done, well done. And I do pray that this experience has not just been life-changing for you, but super fundamental for you in just growing your businesses and going above and beyond what you thought you could be able to achieve. Again, I'd love to emphasize that our winners today walk away with $50,000 US, technical support, and a chance to work with the United Nations World Food Program. So huge congratulations to each and every one of you. So for us to be able to conclude and hear any final remarks that will be coming in here, I would love to welcome Richard to share the final remarks, and we can go ahead to close our event. Richard, you're welcome.
Thank you very much, everyone, for spending time with us today. As we engaged in this interesting exercise, thanks to our esteemed panel of judges, our partners, the Danish Ministry of Foreign Affairs, USAID, and of course our partner, the United Nations World Food Program, team that has traveled from all over the region to join us today. So basically, in a few minutes, what's next? So the reason as to why we announced runners-up initially is because the award, the recognition we've given you is dependent on you passing a due diligence process. So we are going to come and spend some time with you, further validating the facts and everything that you have shared with us over the past couple of weeks, all the way from your application form to our engagement in the boot camp to what you shared today. Of course, the expectation is that you're all successful in the due diligence process, but should that not happen, the World Food Programme reserves the right to push on that award to the runners-up. So we hope to find the very best. Thereafter, we shall do a business diagnosis and align with you on the growth objectives together with the World Food Programme that will then inform our action plan over the next 6 months and the milestone-based funding that you will receive. Many of you, we've told you about how to handle this funding. Please do not start spending on the expectation that when this money comes, you repay your debts. We are not liable for any loss in profits, any revenues, or anything like that. We believe when we send, that's what we recognize. So with that being said, we shall definitely be in touch as early as next week on next steps. For those of you who haven't walked away with anything, we definitely have you in our pipeline. We have very many partners in the room who have also been listening in, and we believe we can make it your worthwhile for participating in this initiative. That being said, I want to thank you all, but we are going to close, then we are going to do photos so that people can leave at their own time. Are we together? So let me hand over to our MC. Thank you very, very much, Joanne, for your time. I think she's done a very great job. Let's give her a very huge applause. Thank you to the DVI team at the back, our service providers, Kampala Serena Hotel, the kitchen team from WFP Stace, and James, you've helped us move very fast. That doesn't happen often. And of course, my team from Outbox, they're all over the place, Cynthia, Michelle, Perez, Vivian, Joseph, they've all been very amazing. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much, Richard. And a round of applause for each and every one of you. All right, so when we were starting our event today, we started by giving each other a compliment, right? And we got to know our neighbors. We've had a chance to spend the whole day with our neighbor. Maybe a new one came along the way after lunch. So let's close with the same tradition. With the hours that you've spent with your neighbor, I would love for you to share just one compliment with them, and we can go ahead to close. So let's go. You can still sell nice masks if they've changed. They maybe have another mask. Nice glasses. Wow, your lipstick didn't go off the whole day. Well done, Well, nice presentation, nice check for those that have gotten the checks. Oh, I'm seeing nice people waving at each other. Nice fingers. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to a close of our fantastic event where we have had a chance to meet, see, greet, entertain, network, and share so many thoughts together. I'd like again to extend a huge thank you to each and every one of you that honored our invitation, all of you that have asked questions, all the entrepreneurs that have set aside time to prepare for the pitches. Again, DVI team, thank you very much. A huge thank you to our ushers, Be Pride. In case you are looking to host an event, they would be the best people to have for ushers. And our esteemed judges, thank you so much for your time and for the amazing knowledge that you bring to, or that you've brought to this event. Other than that, a huge thank you to all ladies and gentlemen. I would love to return your day to you. So we're gonna take some pictures. Please make use of all the pull-up banners that are around. I see a couple people already preparing some poses. We also have a pull-up banner in the lounge area. We have some press around, so in the event that press approaches you and want to have a Q&A with you, please do not hesitate, of course, with your consent. Yes, again, with your consent, it would be nice for us to be able to capture some footage, some images, and just let people know that you are a part of this big day. To close, I would love to invite our judges to the stage and all the winners to the stage so that we can take one gigantic picture for the news, but also for our photo libraries for us to be able to keep for keepsake. So, in fact, what I'm saying is you can leave.